question on Jeopardy the other night.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's kind of aware of that.
Nice. All right, so we're going to start with this. Todd and Julie Chrisley are out from prison after serving 2 years of their original sentences following a pardon from Donald Trump. He announced the news with a phone call to their daughter, Savannah Chrisley. And cameras for a new Lifetime reality show were already rolling.
So when I learned about this, I requested that I be incarcerated to keep me away from all this. I hate that family.
I know.
I just hate them.
They're criminals.
Yeah.
They were originally focused on, the show was originally focused on Savannah and Chase Chrisley adjusting to life without their parents. And now the storyline will shift to capturing Todd and Julie's release and their family reunion. Todd was released from federal prison camp Pensacola yesterday, and Julie left the facility in Lexington as well. They were probably living a great life.
It's a prison camp.
Federal prison camps.
Yeah.
With Savannah holding a press conference beforehand, and
It's hell in here. I can't get anywhere near the cappuccino machine.
they were convicted of defrauding community banks out of more than $30 million in fraudulent loans, and they spent it all on lavish stuff.
And why were they pardoned?
Because Trump wanted to do it.
That's it?
That's it. That's
There's
the bottom line. That's all there's to it.
Thing? And how much earlier did they get out than they should have?
The daughter had been campaigning to get, and she went and spoke at all these Republican conventions and stuff like that and buddied up to Trump, and it worked. So they were also found guilty of tax evasion and wire fraud. So now they are officially out. But Joe Exotic is not happy about this.
I knew once he got wind of this, man.
Oh, my God.
He's been working Biden. He's been working Trump. He's been working everyone to get out of prison.
Yep, so he's still behind bars, battling health issues and insisting on his innocence.
Chrisley?
Dude, could you have seen? I would love to have seen the reaction on his face when he found that out.
You gotta be kidding me. Everyone, the word starts to spread, and he's sitting, in one of those bench seats in the cafeteria. Everyone starts to move their trays away because they know he's going to go ballistic.
By the way, you playing that Eye of the Tiger, the scene from the show with the fat guy on the Wave Runner as this music is playing that's all you need to see.
Yep.
So the Tiger.
What'd you just say?
The Tiger King star took to social media to vent his frustration, claiming the government knowingly lied about him and has ignored his pleas. He even tried to enlist Kim Kardashian's help via Instagram. Oh, this is all going to be the big reality show mess if this all comes together. Hoping that she'll call Trump on his behalf. With his career and his cancer remission, he says he just needs to stay alive a few more months and maybe land a shot at testifying before Congress.
Hey, he just got married.
So we could see that. Yeah, he did. Yeah, and his husband got deported.
Deported, man. It's not working out for him.
No.
The Chrisleys are doing great.
They're living the life. Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
All right, elsewhere, after nearly a decade of legal wrangling, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie have finalized their divorce, and his reaction, kind of chill. The actor downplays the whole thing as a legal formality while shifting focus to his new racing film, F1.
So how many years, all told, have they been in a legal kerfuffle?
I want to say 7, maybe. That's a guess.
Seems like that, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
I know I just, my first Holy Communion is when it started.
Wow. Meanwhile, Jolie's camp says that she's relieved this chapter is finally over, though it's been a long, emotionally draining journey.
It's been a journey.
The exes continue co-parenting their 6 children, and Pitt seems content with life, love, and leaving the courtroom drama behind.
How many of the kids have dropped Pitt from their names?
Oh, yeah, a few of them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly. All right, how about this? As you make your way into work this morning, maybe taking the bus or, mass transit or whatever it may be, Hailey Bieber just pulled off a $1 billion beauty move. On Wednesday, Elf Beauty, or is it ELF? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Announced the acquisition of Rhode, Bieber's skincare and makeup brand, for up to a billion.
It's like $1 billion.
I don't understand this.
I know you don't, Rock. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hello, is the Tiger King there? Have you heard about this bullcrap?
So, Bieber wrote in an Instagram announcement, I found a like-minded disruptor with a vision to be a different kind of company that believes in big ideas and innovation in the same way that I do and will help us continue to grow that brand.
Let's stop and think about it. What kind of incredible leaps forward in lipstick are being made these days?
Dude, I don't know.
So it's really her being attached to it. And I was reading articles about this, and they're saying it's $1 billion, but when you break down the numbers, it's on paper it's $1 billion,
right?
But practically speaking, it's not.
Yeah, there's probably a lot involved in where that money
so
gets
it's like
shuffled off to.
It's like a billion.
Yeah.
It's like a billion.
But she's making a ton.
The good news, Elf is like an affordable cosmetics line.
Okay.
So it's like it's cheap. It's cheaper. Like it's great products and a lot of like dupes, but it's very tangible.
All right.
Well, I mean, listen, that does happen. I mean, people, stars will get stuff put into discount stores and make tons of money.
Jessica Simpson.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it was like Max or where did her stuff end up in?
I don't know.
TJ Maxx?
Maybe. All right. So Rhode continues to skyrocket in the beauty world. Since launching in 2022, the Rhode brand alone generated $248 million in media value with e.l.f., calling it a disruptor in the beauty space.
By the way, when I think of Rhode, I think of audio equipment.
Rhodes.
Right? Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Rhodes.
So the brand will, what was that?
Roads.
It's a weird
just
word,
a scene
man.
from Black Sheep. They
Okay.
accidentally.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah.
So the brand will soon hit Sephora Sephora shelves in North America and the UK, bringing its cult favorite products to even more fans.
You know, so I look at you and I know that you just used a gentle base and a little rouge.
Yeah,
after a while, it's the same with me. I use some exfoliant and that's it.
Yeah, mine goes a long way.
Yeah.
So Bieber wrote that she feels, quote, invigorated, excited, and more ready than ever. And she plans to step into an even bigger role of chief creative officer and head of innovation at Rhode, as well as strategic advisor to e.l.f. Beauty.
That's my bad. I thought you pointed at me, Preston. I got a text yesterday from my friend Sarah Wren, who does the makeup artist. She came in and did some makeup for us a few months ago.
She's great.
And yeah, Steve, she's great. She uses Milk makeup, which my wife has adopted and freaking loves. So I know that Kathy loved it and Marissa loved it too. But she texted me yesterday, Steve, because she heard us talking about those red light masks that we were discussing a day or two ago. And she's like, if you guys want me to come in, I have a red light mask. Maybe we can do some summer and sun beauty tips and whatnot.
Yes.
No pressure if this sounds lame. I was like, no, it sounds great. So at some point in the next couple of weeks, she's going to come in and bring us one of those
I would
masks.
want to do a show with all of us wearing them at the same time. So it would look like some sort of Android.
Yeah.
Radio from the future.
I love it. Her Instagram handle is Rentar, WENTAR, and she's awesome. We love her. All right, so get her in, Nick.
All right.
Hugh Jackman is reportedly extremely disappointed after his ex, Deborah Lee Furness, spoke publicly about betrayal following their divorce filing.
Take his pants off.
That's Hugh. In a new statement, Furness reflected on the breakdown of an almost 3-decade marriage and hinted at Hugh's supposed infidelity, saying, quote, "My heart and compassion goes out to everyone who has traversed the traumatic journey of betrayal." And according to an anonymous source, Jackman was caught off guard by his ex-wife's comments, and the source claimed there was, quote, an unwritten understanding not to speak negatively about him to the press.
Listen, I love Hugh Jackman, but I think she's been fine. It could have gone way further south than it did. I mean, if this is as bad as it's going to get, that's okay. Yeah. And apparently this was all agreed to so that she'd get a nice chunk of the money, and everyone will go in their separate ways.
They formally announced their split in 2023, calling it a move for individual growth, and reps for both have stayed quiet, but Furness didn't hold back in her reflection, saying, it can hurt, but in the long run, returning to yourself is liberation and freedom.
She was an actress, right? They met on an Australian TV show.
I don't know. It sounds
so.
right.
Yeah,
that sounds familiar. All right, stunt performer, a woman named Devin LaBella, has filed a lawsuit against Kevin Costner and the producers of Horizon and American Saga Chapter 2, alleging sexual discrimination, harassment, and hostile work environment. She also claims that she was subjected to a violent, unscripted, unscheduled rape scene that directed by Costner.
This seems... listen, we have to see how this plays out.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I loved the first installment, and I went looking for the second installment, and for some reason, I don't know if it's sort of hidden or whatever, and I can't find it.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
And that's not good.
Speaking with the Hollywood Reporter, LaBella said the experience left her feeling, quote, exposed, unprotected, and deeply betrayed, adding, whatever happened to me shattered my trust and forever changed how I move through this industry. Now, Costner's attorney, our buddy Marty Singer,
That's right.
said that the...
You will not cast aspersions on Kevin Costner, star of Waterworld.
You went with Waterworld, huh?
Just the one on the list in front of me. There's something called Bull Durham.
I would go with that one. Feel
All right,
free.
then let's say that.
Bull.
Bull. I stand corrected.
All right, so
You will not cast aspersions on my pronunciation.
I would stay away from Robin Hood.
Robin Hood?
Yeah.
Men in
Prince of
Tights?
Thieves.
He was in that?
No, different movie. Prince of Thieves.
Oh.
Yes. Marty Singer said that the claims have, quote, absolutely no merit.
It's Huey and Hokum.
Citing LaBella's continued work on the film and friendly messages sent afterwards. Singer added that LaBella was, quote, in good spirits and made no complaints, even taking a supervisor to a thank you dinner. So we'll see if that goes anywhere.
We vociferously deny her claims, and we will not hear anything derogatory about the film Waterworld.
Like that movie, huh?
I guess.
Vociferously?
To be honest, I never saw it. But I like water,
Listen.
and I like the world.
Yeah.
Two great things that taste great together.
All right. Keanu Reeves is trading action stunts for angel wings.
You guys see this trailer?
Yeah.
First teaser for Good Fortune. I have not. No.
Looks good.
It looks pretty good.
It's a comedy from Aziz Ansari. The John Wick star plays a well-meaning guardian angel named Gabriel who tries to help Arj, played by Ansari, by swapping his life with a wealthy venture capitalist played by Seth Rogen, and things take a chaotic turn. Sandra Oh also stars, and reminding Gabriel, quote, to have a lost soul, you have to find a lost soul. The film hits theaters October 17th, marks Ansari's debut as a film director, by the way.
So, what was it? Nick Cage's City of Angels? Was that the?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that movie. I tend to love. There's a great angel scene in the movie Constantine, and that lore. And I think Keanu is pretty much recognized as a good guy.
It looks like on the surface, like I said, I haven't seen the trailer, but Nick is showing a clip of it right now. It kind of reminds me of that John Travolta movie.
Yes.
Michael.
Yeah. And in this movie, like in Michael, Keanu's living in the real world as an angel.
Right.
So like he's going to parties and he's an angel who just happens to be on Earth.
Okay.
I'm such a John Wick fan. I watched the movies, and this documentary came out, Preston. It's about like an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes about the John Wick series. I watched that. You're not as much a fan. You're more an Equalizer fan, right?
Yeah, I like Equalizer a little bit better.
Yeah.
I thought, and I like John Wick.
Yes, yeah.
And I watched some of the scenes, but where they took it in the whole, this underground society thing, just got to be a little bit
Is that
too much for me.
funny, though? Because
a little cartoony for me.
that's where it clicked in. Like, I thought that was really cool, but I can completely see what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
like, wait a second.
Hey, all the homeless people are assassins.
There's a lot of goddamn assassins.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know. The guy who's pissing in a cup.
Yeah. That dude's
That's an assassin?
He could kill you with that
Really?
cup of piss. So, anyway.
Yeah.
But listen, Keanu Reeves, he is an angel.
He is an
isn't he?
angel.
I think it's a good role for him. All right, CBS officially kicked off the countdown to season 50 of Survivor. What? By revealing 22 returning cast members, including the White Lotus creator, Mike White. And he's an actor, too. You've seen him in, School of Rock.
Yeah.
He was the roommate of Jack Black.
But you're saying returning.
Yeah, so he was in season 37.
Get out. I didn't know that.
Other returning fan favorites, and you recognize some of these names, some you won't, but Colby Donaldson, who was in season 2, I remember that guy.
Yeah.
Aubrey Bracco, season 32, Siri Fields from season 12, and Ozzy Lust from season 13.
Do you know who's also in the series, Preston? Lisa Welschow was a competitor on Survivor.
Was she really?
Yeah, she was.
Okay, so the milestone season, Survivor 50, called In the Hands of Fans, also features recent players like Dee Valladares, who was season 45 winner, and Kyle Fraser from season 48. 2 spots for 2 players from season 49 remain open at this time. With that season airing this fall, production season 50 begins next month in Fiji, and the premiere is set for February of next year.
Again, the first seasons of that show, I was all in. I just consumed my every day. But now they had this thing. Fox had this show, Preston, where the family is in like a remote viewing area, and the people are out surviving. They're literally looking for food and stuff like that.
Yep.
And I think they're moving ever closer to that parody I did years ago, Left 4 Dead.
Left 4 Dead.
Right.
That's right.
That was hilarious, by the way. Where a guy realizes, oh my God, I'm actually going to die here. They have left me for dead. I just thought.
Oh my God,
Do you have it?
Yeah, we have.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
All right, it's a minute and a half long, but
yeah, you don't need to play.
no, let's play.
Oh, we gotta
let's
play
play.
it.
This
All
is
right.
it. Here, right.
CBS is proud to present the last word in
Haven't heard this in
reality
ages.
programming. Presenting Left 4 Dead. One contestant, no food, no water, no shelter, no clothing, stranded in the middle of the Sahara Desert. He is Left 4 Dead. Day 1.
Well, here I am, middle of the Sahara Desert, and I'm excited and I'm a little bit scared, but I really think this is going to change my life.
Day 25.
All right, I'm getting a little concerned now, I have to say. I mean, it's been like 3 weeks, and I haven't seen anyone. I mean, no one, and I haven't had any food or water in all that time, and my skin is getting really burned from the sun, and I've started urinating blood.
Day 41.
I realize now that Left 4 Dead isn't just like some f***ing title. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna leave me for dead. They're gonna f***ing let me die. I'm gonna f***ing die. And I'm not gonna get out of here. And I'm not gonna get to meet Brian Gumble.
Day 55.
I can't fight it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I see you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus. Take me home, Jesus.
Left 4 Dead. Coming soon to CBS.
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Yeah. It was before your time.
That's Y100 for sure.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
I'm not going to meet Brian Gumble. But you know what? It's like you point out, Nick, that it was it in 30 Rock where they had a
MILF Island.
MILF Island? And they have it!
I know.
It's a show now.
Yeah. And Bitch Hunter, that was another one. Bitch Hunter. Starring Will Ferrell. Casey, that's real. It's funny that you have that audio and not audio that we had 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's the way we
It's the way
roll.
the system works. We pay extra for it.
Yeah.
All right, I have one last story, then we got to move on to the clips. FX has announced their decision to renew Welcome to Wrexham for a 5th season.
Wow.
We're sharing new information about the spinoff series. The Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney owned team will see their 5th season follow Wrexham AFC's debut in the EFL Championship after its stunning promotion in the league for the 3rd consecutive time.
Can you believe where they came from? Because regardless of how much money you pump into something, and regardless of the reality show that's attached to it, that's not a guarantee.
No, the team still has
Yeah.
to make it happen. But I mean, Ryan and Rob,
Yeah.
they're the gods of this area right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just, they turned it around.
Yeah, they've pulled the town back.
FX also shared the spinoff show's name. It's going to be called Necaxa, Necaxa, or I think that's how it's pronounced.
Is that a condition?
No, I'll explain. So Reynolds and McElhenney will be teaming up with Eva Longoria in the new show to spotlight Club Necaxa. The new series follows a dramatic era for the Mexico-based team as they chase a comeback. So I guess she is an owner of that team.
Yeah.
Like these guys, this is becoming, they kind of started this little trend because more people are getting involved in sports team ownership on the celebrity level.
And
So
don't they own a race team as well?
I believe they do, yeah. So Necaxa is slated to have a summer premiere, while Welcome to Wrexham's Season 4 is still airing Thursdays on FX. So we'll have to talk to Rob in the near future about that. All right, let's get to the clips here. Based on a novel of the same name, The Better Sister follows 2 estranged siblings who are forced together after one of their husbands is murdered. And here, Elizabeth Banks describes her role.
We've been estranged. That was me in a scene at AA. I am a drunk in the show. But it's really a whodunit. There's a dead body, right away. And by the end, very satisfying. You get to know who done it.
Shut up, dummy.
The Better Sister premieres today. You'll find that on Prime Video. And here's our next clip. Brother and sister uncover a terrifying ritual at the scheduled home of their new foster mother in the new A24 film Bring Her Back. And in this clip, Danny and Michael Filippo describe their writing process. Here we go.
Through the script writing process, it's always making sure that the film works as a drama film. And then you add the horror elements on top of that. And then, of course, amazing performers to convey those characters is always better. It makes it better than how you imagine it.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
Bring Her Back hits theaters this weekend.
Just a real quick question. We talked a couple of months ago about this horror movie with Jeffrey Rush and who do you call it?
John Lithgow.
John Lithgow.
Yeah, it's on Shudder now. You can watch it. It's streaming.
Was that in the theaters at all?
So sometimes Shudder will the streaming service that is attached to A&E.
Okay.
They will put the movie in the theater for like a week, 2 weeks, and immediately goes over to the Shudder streaming service. So it's on my list to watch, but you can watch it right in the comfort of your own couch.
All right,
Good. All right, just a couple reminders. We have the Arts Academy at Benjamin Rush as our chosen school for Coolest Teacher of the Year. We'll find out tomorrow morning who the coolest teacher is. If you go to school there, text the word teacher to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the voting link. Also looking to hear from teacher or counselor Morgan McDonald, who is a winner at Howden Township High School. So thank you to those guys for voting. We appreciate that. Couple of guests on the program. We're going to have Hollis Thomas stopping by shortly, talking about Delco Day, which is Saturday, June 7th. And comedian Eric D'Alessandro is going to be here. Oh, and also Dolan's out of Delco. Dolan's Bar is going to be dropping off some goodies, and we'll have some giveaways in conjunction with their appearance as well. So we'll take a quick break. We will come back in a moment, and we'll just dive in head first when we return. Stay with us.
I can't fall back asleep. Why can't I fall back asleep? Oh, I really can't fall back asleep. And then all of that, and then your brain just starts going and going and going.
Now, if I fall asleep now, how many minutes will I actually sleep for?
That's it. Yeah,
all
you
that
start
stuff.
doing the damn math, and your brain's working numbers, and you're like, what the hell?
So if you wake up suddenly in what feels like the early morning hours, resist checking the clock. You guys know my little method. I turn the clock around so I can't see it. Finding out it's 3 a.m. when you set the alarm for 7 can cause increased stress about the hours of sleep that you hope to attain. It says you look at the clock, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, like clockwork, and immediately tension might grit your teeth. You think of all the demands, how awful it is to be when you're sleep deprived, and all this mental processing and agitation is antithetical to the sleep state. It's making you more alert and aroused.
Oh, yeah. Massive boner.
Versus sending the signal to the brain that it's okay to drift. Oh, yeah. If your alarm is on the phone, checking the clock can pose an even more significant trigger.
Look, he's got a boner.
That's one of my favorite clips. I love it. Play it again.
Okay.
Look, he's got a boner.
Considering getting an alarm that isn't attached to your phone, they say. So when you actually pick up the phone and start looking at it, that can cause you to stay a little bit at work. Now, this is what I did not know, okay?
I did not know that.
And, Steve, this is not the waking up 15 minutes before. This is waking up like a couple hours ahead of time.
Oh, all right.
So, paradoxically, experts say you should get out of bed, even at 3 a.m. I had always heard stay in bed.
What?
Just keep staying there. It says abandon the idea of getting back to sleep. When you do that, when you let the pressure go that sleep isn't so effortful, sleep is more likely to come back.
I'll be fine in surgery later on.
In a stimulus control technique, you can distract your brain with a mundane task to help bring back drowsiness faster than staying frustrated in bed.
Like tap dancing?
Is that mundane?
Yeah.
That's kind of dynamic and exciting, though,
I
isn't
guess
it?
you're right.
Yeah.
So what is a mundane task?
That's a good question. They don't recommend anything in this
Paint your bathroom.
list. So, get up and clean out the garage. It says, as soon as that little voice comes on, change the environment. Get out of bed. Try to reset your brain and keep the lights low. Mentally assigning the bed with sleeping helps people associate positive sleep thoughts with their space. Leaving the room when agitation sets in can separate the frustration from the bed.
So what you're looking to do is extract those connections, then that makes sense.
All right, here you go, Nick. Anything from reading a book to knitting.
Okay.
Or listening to soft music.
At 3 a.m.
Are Santeria rituals, would they fall into this category?
Sacrificing a chicken at 3 o'clock in the morning might not be a good idea.
I try to read sometimes. That seems to having a book at the, on the bedstand or whatever. That might help.
Would it help more if you were to actually leave the bed, go into another room, and read like in a chair?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Right? And that's what they're suggesting here, right? You disassociate that deal.
I think part of the problem for us is just inherently the time at which we have to get up in the morning.
Yep.
Like it's just too damn early, and because it's that early, I know that in the back of my mind, and so like I put pressure on myself to get a good night's sleep. Yeah, and that just that makes it worse.
The Kathy Romano story, Chapter 1.
All right.
Could you imagine if that was the book he was reading? You'd never sleep.
I like the idea of getting up and knitting in the middle of the night,
At
Nick.
3.
So you can, you're done.
Knitting, 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 knitting.
He doesn't sound relaxed.
That'll put you to sleep.
I have an alarm clock that actually projects the time on the ceiling. So, and I actually like that. I when I wake up and I'm not sure what time it is, I'm just as many times I'm comforted by the fact that I have 2 hours, an hour and a half left to sleep. That it doesn't bother me that much.
Many people are texting in saying that pleasuring themselves helps them get back to sleep.
What about a stranger?
Pleasuring a stranger or a stranger pleasuring you?
You walk around on. Would you like a handy?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble sleeping.
I noticed you were walking your Shih Tzu. Can I give you a hand job?
That's kind of a mundane task, right?
It's pretty boring for the giver, right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed now.
Woof! I'm pooped.
Progressive muscle relaxation may work.
Okay, so like morphine.
No, not muscle relaxers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Muscle relaxation. So start at the toes, clench the given muscles for 3 seconds, and release. And then Kathy, breathe through this process. The 4-7-8 breathing
there it is.
exercise.
You guys have raved about this.
Coupled with
did it
muscle
last night.
relaxation can be successful. Kathy, I did it not that long ago.
Please explain it again.
You want to do it or me?
We could do
Why
it.
don't you do it together in
explain it
harmony?
and I'll do the breathing? No.
Okay, so what you do is you breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. You hold your breath for 7 seconds, and then you let that air out for 8 seconds. And then you repeat the process. And I think I do it like 5 times.
Yeah,
Beth.
I do it like 4 or 5 times.
And you're usually good after that.
And it's not like it knocks you out immediately. Like I remember every time I'm like,
I'm not sleeping.
This is dumb. It didn't work. And then the next thing you know, you're waking up.
And then you wake up and you're like, oh my God, that thing worked.
It worked. It actually does work. So it slows your heart rate down and it helps you get into that
Kind of just
zone.
helps you relax.
Yep. And I would imagine you could.
Excuse me.
Why?
So, yes, you breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds, hold for 7.
Okay.
Breathe out through 8, and it works great, man.
It has a regulating effect, and you
Yeah.
think you're more inclined to fall asleep after that.
Now, it also says others may find that yoga may help.
Or cottage cheese.
Like getting up and doing yoga.
Oh,
Like,
yoga.
At 3 a.m. Honey, what are you doing?
I'm doing sleeping dog.
Yoga.
meditation or reading can help when you wake up before the alarm. But
I don't
no,
think any of that would help me.
really.
I would be exhausted.
I like the
You're supposed to be.
But so are they saying to stay awake?
No. I mean, well, yeah,
do this
get up
to
and
fall
do
back to
this,
sleep.
and then you can go back to sleep easier.
Yeah, no.
So these are obviously hours, as you said earlier. These aren't just minutes. I can see
Yeah.
where that. So for me, if it has happened, like that's why I've just come into work, Preston. On those certain times, I'll just get ready and
Yeah.
And,
What
you
am I
have
doing?
as well. You
Yep.
did just recently.
Yep.
You
What
just
am I
come in.
doing? I may as well just go in, you know.
Next time, do yoga and try to go back to sleep.
Let me get some calls.
Go sleep driving.
I have a psychologist, Jenny, who's on the line. Hey, Jenny, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Jenny?
I'm a psychologist, and I actually work in a primary care office, and so much of what I help people with is sleep challenges and anxiety stuff. So these things you guys are talking about are right on point. The 4-7-8 breathing for sure, and the idea of getting up out of bed either when you can't fall asleep initially, or if it is that middle of the night, like they said, we call it the 20-20 rule. So if you lay in bed for more than 20 minutes and you're still tossing and turning, your mind is still racing and you're awake, the best thing to do is get up and do something quiet and boring for another 20 or 30 minutes,
20 minutes,
and then try again.
So don't try to force it. So years and years ago, and I say it in the commercials because it's true with the sleep number, and everything. It's been much better. My sleep has been very consistent over the years. But the prior to that, occasionally I'd be like Nick. I have difficulty getting to sleep, and so the notion of trying to force sleep while you're in bed is a losing proposition. Correct?
Exactly, right. It just gets yourself more worked up, and then you start to associate bed with this is where I lay down and I'm stressed, rather than this is where I lay down and I sleep.
All right,
So,
I have a question for that. For that, if you get up for you're laying in bed 20 minutes, you toss and turn and get back to sleep. You need to get up for 20 minutes. I would assume you don't want to get on a screen, your phone or your laptop.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly, right. We say no screens, don't scroll your phone, don't turn on the TV. My go-to is like just do something lame, like read the refrigerator manual, like something just totally, non-stimulating, and like they said, keeping it dark and quiet. So
nothing that actually engages you.
Right, because you don't want your brain to wake up more.
Okay.
So you could read a book, that you're not too, if you're not the kind of person that'll get sucked in and have to finish the whole thing.
The Kathy Romano story.
So then, Jenny, and this is a legitimate question. I assume then that like pleasuring yourself maybe not a good idea.
Well, for some people, it does. It gives you that relief, and you get exhausted, and you can fall asleep afterwards.
Okay, so it's not off the table, right?
Right.
Okay,
right.
thank God. No, so I to me, I guess the presumption that you're doing something that would bore you, or at least
right.
Could you? So anything with a screen though is going to be like if you were to put on a documentary on drywall and watch that.
I mean, maybe, but we always talk about the blue light. Telling your brain it's time to wake up, like any light. So that's why you do want to keep the lights dim and everything like that.
What about this? And I thought this article would touch on this, but it really didn't. But what about you wake up like 15 minutes before your alarm goes off?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Normally, I would say just get up because it's better to go with your body's natural cycle rather than start falling back asleep for another 10 minutes and then you're more groggy, those 15 minutes later.
So, Jenny, my internal clock wakes me up just about a minute, 2 minutes ahead of my actual alarm, which is actually a nice thing. I can shut it off before it startles me, and that's good.
Yeah, that's great.
So, okay, so that's a desirable thing.
You trained your body when to get up.
All right, excellent. All right, cool.
All right. Excellent. Well, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you guys for sharing these good tips.
Bye-bye,
Jenny.
Bye-bye, Jenny. Hang on. Let me go to Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Good morning.
Hi, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I actually have this condition called sleep paralysis.
Okay.
And it's basically when your brain is awake, but your body is still in that REM sleep cycle. So your body's pretty much locked up.
Okay.
And sometimes I will actually... I'll wake up in sleep paralysis when my alarm's going off, and I can't turn it off at all.
Wow. You're actually sort of paralyzed?
Yeah, I can't move at all. I can move my eyes around and everything else, but I just can't move my body.
That's got to be terrifying.
Do you know what's happening?
Yeah. I know exactly when it's happening.
Oh, he fell asleep.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, Patrick, have you ever had someone speaking to you, and then later on you can tell them what they were saying?
Yeah, my girlfriend actually. Sometimes she talks in her sleep, and I can hear every word, and I just can't move my body.
Wow,
yeah, Patrick, it has to be kind of a wild picture to see you there locked up with your eyes open, her asleep, talking away. It's got to be a weird dynamic. Yeah.
All right. So, what are the dangers that come with sleep paralysis?
I don't think there's really any dangers.
Okay.
Since your body is still in the REM sleep cycle, you can have hallucinations. I've seen a few, shadows on the wall or whatever, but it doesn't really bother me that much. I'm kind of used to it now.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. And how long have you been suffering from this?
Since I was a kid.
No kidding.
It's interesting. You wonder with things like this when people talk about seeing,
Thanks, Patrick.
With apparitions or whatever. I wonder, how much of that is born of conditions like this.
Yeah, good question. I'm going to go to Gene, who has insomnia. Hey, Gene, good morning.
You're a crumb creep.
You're a lush. Yeah.
I'll take you out back and make you go to sleep.
What's happening, Gene?
You're a creep. Preston, every night I wake up sometime between 2 and
.Oregon, that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Miss. Don't forget Saturday, Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event is taking place. It's the 10th annual one, and we're at Ursinus College. And it looks like maybe afternoon rain on Saturday, so it should be pretty good. Starts like around 10 a.m., something like that.
I'm going to try to get out there for this.
If you can make it, that's cool.
Yeah.
If not, all good. But we invite those who want to be a part of Team WMMR. You can go to laurel-house.org or go to PrestonandSteve.com. There's a link. You can see me with my high heel red shoes on and click on that and sign up. But there's an indoor option as well, which is great because they have an indoor track.
Oh, that's perfect.
At the college, which is going to be great.
It happens no matter what.
Now, earlier that day, Nick is doing the big climb as well, right, Nick?
Yeah, so that's at Subaru Park, and that is outdoors, Preston. So we're doing a rain or shine at Subaru Park where the Union play. That's Saturday morning. We're going to be there from 8 a.m. Till 10 a.m. And the team that I'm doing it for is Team Luke. And Luke's coming up this year. Luke lives in Southern Virginia, so he hasn't been a part of it since he was diagnosed with leukemia 7 or 8 years ago. And Luke's in remission now. He's doing really well. So he's super psyched that it's going to be at Subaru Park. And he loves soccer, and he's a Union fan. So we'll be there from 8 a.m. until 10 a.m. And I meant to tell you guys this off air, but who cares? I'll do it on air. He wants to come on the air tomorrow. So if you guys are all right with it, we might do 5 minutes with my nephew.
That'd be great.
All right.
All right. And another thing. Casey has got the Bend to the Shore biking event that's coming up Sunday, July 20th. Now, you can sign up to ride with Casey and Team WMMR. They're the Rock and Rollers. But there's an event today, Case.
Yeah, so our friends with Visit Delco.
Yes, they're awesome.
They're a sponsor of the team. They got on board with us 2 years ago. And like every year, they're like, all right, let's do something bigger and better. So we got together with them this year, and we're going to do a series of broadcasts with Brent Porsche, who's also a Delco guy. And we're going to be at a different Delco establishment every a Wednesday or Thursday.
That's great.
For the next month or so. So today, we're going to be at Sedona Tap House, which is brand new in Newtown Square. If you're familiar with that area, right by 252 and Route and Westchester Pike, it's brand new. Where Ellis Preserve is, they have a whole new bunch, a bunch of brand new shops there. Like we had Spread Bagelry come by a couple of weeks ago. So it's in that little area. And so we're going to be there Brent's going to be there from 3 to 7. I'll be showing up for a couple hours. So I'll probably be there 3 to 5, 3:30, 5:30.
You'll show up with your entourage.
Yeah.
Is it Brent broadcasting live?
Brent is broadcasting live.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Go see that hairy bastard today, 3 to 7.
Take some footage and sell it to the Sasquatch
Oh,
watchers.
my God. They'll totally buy it. Sedona Tap House in Newtown Square. Okay, so stop by and see Brent and sign up for the Team WMMR, the Rock and Rollers.
Yep.
And you will have a good time, guaranteed.
Portions of what you eat and drink today will be donated to Team WMMR.
So just the remaining food or money?
No, the money.
Oh, okay.
Just the money, not the portions of the food.
Bun.
Yeah. I didn't finish this burger.
Here, I'd like to contribute.
I'll take that portion. Hey, there was a story I saw this morning, and I want to throw this out to the audience and see if we get some kind of a feedback. A 2-year-old British boy has become the youngest ever member of Mensa, the exclusive club that only welcomes people with an IQ of 132 or above. His name is Joseph.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
His name is Joseph. See, it doesn't even sound 2
Doesn't
years
even
old.
sound like he's 2.
Joseph Harris Bertil is his name. And yeah, he's 2 years and 182 days old. His mom said it soon became clear that he was an exceptional little being. He first rolled over at 5 weeks, said his first word at 7 months, and read his first book out loud from cover to cover at 1 3/4 years. She said he's learning Morse code, knows the Greek alphabet, and has recently gotten interested in the periodic table. His interests are vast and varied, and he is always keen to learn more and loves a challenge.
He even made one of his ants explode with his mind.
Wow.
Which is very impressive.
So
I don't like you.
His parents work at Scotland's prestigious University of St. Andrews, and they first told Guinness World Records that they decided to reach out to Mensa to find more support for Joseph after seeing how early he had started reading.
Here's a baby detective.
So here's what I want to throw out there. I want to see if there are any certified geniuses listening to this show. A, why?
Yeah.
You listen to this show.
You're going against your purpose.
Yeah. And just what's that like? What is that like knowing that you are that intelligent? I mean, you can feel that you're very smart, but once once it is verified, certified that you are indeed of genius intelligence level, does that come with some tough aspects of life, or is it just great because you're just so damn smart? So 610-660-9333 is the number. Call if you are a genius.
So we do know that, yes, that can be the case. And people who are prodigies and who are possessed of intellects that are much more advanced than their years, it can be something. I wonder if at this age, though, do you have context to know that you're unique at 2 years old, to know that you're not the norm?
Right.
And so my next door neighbor Steve, his son is exhibiting, all the attributes of someone who can just pick up stuff.
It's exceptional.
And because Steve is a teacher and comes from that realm, he knows how to keep things moving along the proper way, so you don't get overwhelmed by your own ability.
Right.
And I think that's always a pitfall.
And sorry, because everything is contained in inside your body. I wonder, like, I'm trying to draw.
A cat.
No.
This looks like a cat.
Wait, let me try it.
It's not a cat.
I can totally draw a cat. He all starts with the nose.
Turns out he's a genius.
So it starts with nose. You got to do like a little triangle nose, and then you do a little line underneath.
Somebody get Mensa on the phone.
Right?
That looks exactly like a cat.
Whiskers coming later.
Okay.
Right. You just got to get.
I thought it went nose and then whiskers.
Doing the whole body.
A Mensa intellect starts with the nose.
See, look at this. That to me looks like it could be a person, but it's really a cat.
That belies a vast intellect.
And that's how quickly we get sidetracked from genius conversations.
So you're just doing the head of the cat. I'm trying to do the whole
We're too
body.
dumb to just talk about geniuses.
I don't even know what I was saying before.
You were going to draw something.
No, I was not. I was not going to draw anything.
No, you said I'm going to draw
I tried to help you.
Comparison.
Oh, draw a comparison.
That's it.
Okay.
But how's the cat drawing turning
Drew
out?
cat.
There we go.
It's either that or a velociraptor. I'm not sure.
Or a camel.
Velociraptor.
I'm looking at it backwards.
That's a long tail.
Yeah, it is a long ass tail.
I like how you showed it off to the new interns.
I only drew 2 legs.
Well, only the 2 legs we see.
Yeah.
All right. So what I was going to say was, like you have somebody who has exceptional athletic ability, right?
Right.
And he can draw. He can dribble a basketball. He's really, but he never grows.
Right.
So
you're saying he's relatively short in the game.
So he's not going to have any success in life as a basketball player because he's 5'6".
Right.
You know what I mean? When you're this smart and when you're mental level, is there a way to ruin that? You know what I mean?
Well, I think is that kind of Goodwill Hunting? You'd have if someone.
Good point. And or the dude from Shameless. Like apparently William H. Macy's character in Shameless is a genius mental level brain.
So there have been loads of stories about people who were. It depends on whether you're brought along the proper way, or it can screw people up. I read a book years ago. I think it was it Bobby Fischer or somebody, whoever's behind the writing of the book. That's how smart I am. And basically talked about children prodigies, children Mensa members, and the weight of that on them. And then other people, other kids were just processing it and were taught, like, I can do this. And that guy, as you said, Casey, that kid can play basketball better than I can. This is just one thing I do better. It's impressive to a lot of people, rightfully so, but it's just a thing, an aspect.
Right. And there are also other complications that can come along with that as well. Some higher intelligence people are also on the autism spectrum.
Yes.
So therefore have social issues that are difficult in communicating properly, clearly with other people, and are misunderstood, and then that can lead them down a funky path as well.
Would Rain Man, as the character is originally written, would he be a Mensa?
I don't know. I don't know, what it would. So there's, what is the definition of intelligence? Because intelligence is a very specific thing.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
You know what I mean? Because it's different than street smarts and being quote unquote smart, I guess. But intelligence is a whole other animal.
So it's more. So when you take an intelligence test, or it is not just simply you'd win on Jeopardy a lot.
Yeah.
It is how
you process things,
how you process shapes relative to each other.
Yeah,
things of that nature.
God.
Yeah.
I took ages ago. I took like a sample intelligence test. I don't remember how I did, but I'm looking at this stuff. I'm like, I don't know.
Mr. Elliott, did you actually show up for the test?
And some of it had to do with shapes.
I know.
And spatial things.
I'm
like,
terrible.
I'm gone, dude.
Yeah. I actually spent the test licking my pencil.
Yeah, I wonder how much also just to even have your kid tested, like. Why,
is it putting a lot on them?
I don't
start with the cat.
I mean, parental expectations, Casey, can change the dynamic for sure.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're like a parent and you think your kid's a genius, it's like if you think they're a soccer prodigy or whatever, and you start exploiting that or hammering them on that, it might be detrimental.
Right.
All right, here's a text from somebody that says, listen, guys, I work at a college as a janitor, and even though I feel like I'm smarter than most of the people who go there, sometimes I see an equation written on a blackboard, like half an equation, and I just figure it out.
Yeah.
It's Goodwill Hunting.
That sounds like a movie.
That sounds familiar. All right, let's go to some calls. I have first in Drew is on the line. Hey, Drew, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Appreciate it. All right, Drew, are you of intelligence level? Or Jesus, dear, hold on, stop us. Hold on.
We just need to embrace.
Did you hear what I just said? Are you of intelligence level? God, this is what you're dealing with. Are you genius level intelligent?
Yeah, supposedly.
Hold on a minute. I want to tell you all to F off so bad.
But, dude,
I know.
I would have asked this.
It wasn't even until you pointed it out that I was like, wait, that makes no sense. To me, I was like, yeah. Drew, are you intelligence level?
Are you of intelligence level? I am, believe I is.
I mean, I was just going to let that one go.
And I appreciate it. So you're kind as well. You're very, you have empathy.
He's
all right.
intelligence level and kind.
What's up, Drew? Tell us.
Yeah, so when I was in high school, I tested, Mensa was offering IQ testing.
Okay.
Pending membership. So I took a test. They did not reveal the results. They would tell you if you got in, but they would not tell you what your actual IQ number was.
Okay.
I guess they wanted to discourage people from creating hierarchies within the, I don't know what the deal was.
Oh, right.
Okay.
So
according to that, I am a qualified member of Mensa. I went to a few meetings. There was a lot of autism in the room.
Okay.
So it's not something that I continued to do on a regular basis. Wasn't engaging for me.
Okay.
Beyond that, the experience of being at this level of intelligence, not great, not particularly interesting or better. I would say a lot of procrastination, underachieving, the ADHD, the usual things.
It's funny you should mention that because I've heard what you just said. Repeated by other people who are of the proper intelligence level, that can be. We think, okay, well now you've got a jump start. You're going to propel into incredible achievements, and a lot of times the word is it sort of produces a laziness because I've got this. Is that what happens to you? Is that what happened to you?
Well, so there's the expectation from other people around you, the adults around you, depending on what age you are when this happens, that you're going to be something great. You'll be a doctor. You'll be, whatever the case may be. And so it puts the pressure on you. But then also those people are often not considering that part of being more intelligent at a younger age like that is that you are deeply considering all of the options. And it becomes kind of paralyzing. That you can everyone's telling you can do anything that you want. Well, so what do I want to do?
Yeah. Hey, Drew, real quick. I mean, Conan O'Brien shares this story about anytime he ever screws up with anything ever, people love to point out the fact that he went to Harvard, right? So people that are supposed to be of that intelligence level never make mistakes. Do you get called out if you screw something up?
Well, so that's the thing is you're either the type of person who tells people this or you're not.
Right.
I tend not to be. It's not something that you can just casually bring up in conversation without seeming like you're really stroking it. So
yeah, like you're not a narcissist about it.
It's not something I lead with.
So, but you never ascertained what your actual number is, your intelligence score?
I don't know, if I could have gone and, petitioned to, get a copy of the results.
Right.
Or whatever, but they were, adamant that we don't tell you what the number is. We just tell you whether so it's over, 135 or whatever the criteria was. But beyond that.
Do you want to know? Do you have an interest in that?
No, I mean it's served me 0% in my life.
Okay.
It really
Wow.
doesn't.
All right. Interesting.
It
Yes.
really doesn't matter.
Well, you certainly seem of intelligence level, so Drew, thank you for calling in.
Preston will send you a little sticker you can put on your car.
Appreciate it, man. We'll see you later. Oh, great.
Excellent.
This has been isolated. You
Yes,
ready?
yes.
You ready? Here we go. Are you of intelligence level?
I'll live on forever.
That will live. Yes, it will.
Don't worry about it.
Nick
It's
had pulled up a text a moment ago that
Oh,
said a woman who wanted to remain anonymous. She said, hang on, we'll have to find it again. She said, I'd like to remain anonymous. That was it, Nick. The one right before that. Said, talking about things going hand in hand. My husband is extremely smart, but is a raging narcissist.
So
that
yes.
can happen too.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why I'd prefer to remain dumb.
I'm going to go to Pete next. Pete, good morning. Hey, you're on the air, Pete. Go ahead, bud.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, bud.
I come from a family of geniuses, and my dad was a rocket scientist. My sister's a biochemist. My other sister's a professor, and they make fun of Mensa.
Oh, really?
They go. So my sister, I forget why, she had gotten tested for something, and it was like 155.
Wow.
And I was like, you should join Mensa. And she just started laughing. And my father goes, he goes, we should pay money so people know we're smart. And they would laugh about it. My dad, he's talking about, he has to let everybody know he's the smartest person in the room. Because of it, he was, I don't want to say he was kicked out of the military, but he was escorted out as a lieutenant colonel because he would kind of have to show the generals, I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, when you're really smart, you know not to do that.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't help himself. He
Right.
still can't help himself.
You raise a good point though about what exactly, besides paying for the authentication of your intellect,
what is meant to
what
do?
happens? Is it a think tank?
Well, that's a good question. I don't really know. I know it's definitely something that you can add as an add-on to a resume.
We're all here because our intelligence is of a level.
Yeah, I don't know.
They have meetings and they have like little luncheons and.
Oh, wait, hang on! You have me at lunch.
I love little luncheons. Hey, Pete. So where did you fall on the intelligence level compared to your family?
I'm the most financially successful of all of them.
Okay.
But I'm just a dumb truck driver.
Wow!
there
And
you
you're
go.
you're most financially successful.
Yes, of all of them.
Wow!
I've invested my money well. I've bought real estate. I live well below my means. They do too. My sister lives in a one-bedroom apartment and whatever, but she doesn't have, I had $32,000. I had cashed out a bond, and I needed, long story short, I gave it to her, and I asked her to hold on to it for me, and I came back and I said, and she didn't have cable or anything, and I said, do you need this money? And she was like, no, I'm good. But they don't care about money. None of them do.
Interesting.
And they're very frugal, but they don't make any money.
They're not making their money.
Are you ever? Do they ever make? This is your family. You love them. Do they ever make you feel less? Accidentally, or do they?
My sister, who's a professor, once said that she thinks I'm the smartest one of all of them.
Wow. Well,
that's nice.
Listen, you're doing well, and that's good. Humility is something.
Too.
Yeah. Well, have you ever had your IQ tested?
Yeah. Again, they like the other guy. They don't tell you.
Huh.
They don't come and pull you aside. And the only reason we found out my sister's is it was like a science experiment. And she was paid a bunch of money, and they did it, and they mailed her the results.
Wow.
That's the only reason.
It's so stupid that they won't let you know the results. I mean, so that you're going to, what are you going to perform like the Jets and the Sharks of Mensa? That you're going to break off into different groups? I don't get that. It'd be like a pregnancy test that doesn't let you know the results.
What the other caller said, it's kind of like the other caller said. It's kind of like I know that from experience that people do kind of become lazy and they become lethargic. Finding out like, oh, I don't really have to work that hard.
Okay.
And to have a decent life.
Well, it sounds like you're doing great, Pete. Yeah. Thanks, man. We appreciate the call and congrats
no problem. Good luck
on everything. I appreciate that. Yeah, Steve, I guess maybe they just don't, they want everybody to be in this group to feel equal amongst each other.
Right.
I don't know. All right, we will go next to Jim. We're talking about geniuses. Hi, Jim. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Oh, I just wanted to share my experience. I went to Pennsbury up in Bucks County, and I was among the first gifted kids that the school tested.
Wow.
They were originally going to have me skip 2 grades, but decided to test me, and I did find out my IQ because they gave it to my parents. And from then on, my parents expected pretty much that I should know everything.
What was your IQ?
A little rough. 163.
Ah, okay.
Wow.
All right. Well above the 132 required to be in Mensa.
Yeah. So it helped me a lot. This was in the 70s and the early 80s. It helped me a lot in school because I had access to a lot of other intelligent kids in my classes, and that was the fun part. But the bad part was you put a target right on your back for bullies. So I had to learn how to fight everybody.
So you were people were targeted, but they called you bookworm or whatever. I mean, they came after you that way.
Yeah. Oh well, listen, it was much worse than bookworm. And where I grew up, sometimes they weren't hurling insults; they were hurling fists.
Oh man, well that sucks. So how competitive was it with the other students who were advanced?
Not at all. We all just really enjoyed each other's company. It was a lot of fun. We had teachers who really helped us a lot, gave us interesting stuff to do. That was always good. I would say that was probably the best part of it. Once you get out of high school, it doesn't really do much for you.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jim. We appreciate it, man.
I bet he draws a mean cat.
Take care.
All right. We'll see you. No, interesting thing he said about the bullying thing. I saw this really cool Instagram video the other day, and it was talking about essentially what you don't know can sometimes scare you or make you upset or angry.
Right.
And there's a thing that you have to learn. There's what you don't know and then what you're trying to learn. And in between that, the stuff that the learning process is actually, to us human beings, it can be exciting, but it can also be scary and sometimes insulting. And that's why sometimes smarter people are picked on by dumber people because they don't understand. And in a subtext in their mind, it makes them uneasy, afraid,
well, they're
scared.
super insecure.
Yeah, insecure as well.
If I hear
it's
there's
too bad that
a smart
happens.
person in my neighborhood, I light up a torch and I go run a march.
But in high school, that type of thing, or earlier than that.
Even right now, at 49 years old, Nick, you and I and your wife had a nice conversation about this when we were in Clearwater, and I definitely, when I'm around, certified smart people, like last night I was, at my son's rugby banquet, and one of the parents is definitely a surgeon, and I was talking to him, and I feel...
Dumb.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
And uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you ask them to prove that they were a surgeon?
I know that they're a
They're
surgeon.
just both, okay.
I was draw me a cat right now.
All right, do a trach on me right now.
I was having a conversation earlier this week, Casey, with a guy who's a pediatric oncologist. He's running for Visionary of the Year for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. He happens to listen to the show every day. His name's Hero. He's a really nice guy. He works at CHOP. He does this incredible work, and he went back to medical school at 30 or 32 because he wanted to make a difference in the world and learn how to treat kids with cancer. And he was like a chemical engineer, or I don't know, he's some other kind of genius.
Yeah.
And he's like, that level of genius isn't enough. I'm going to go be a pediatric oncologist.
Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, well I fake like I pooped on somebody's face on Friday morning.
How you like that?
Yeah, how you like that? Huh? Who's having more fun?
Well, your friend,
Yeah,
a medical lawyer.
One of my closest friends is a neurosurgeon and now a lawyer.
Yeah,
and so
So
he's way smart.
Am on a similar vein, I'm neither of those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Similar vein.
I elected to go the other way.
By the way, here's a text. Says, I was in a gifted program in my school and told I have an IQ of 134 around 6th grade. But there was too much pressure as a child and everyone saying you're intelligent and gifted. So drugs and alcohol seemed better, I guess. So they went down a bad path.
Yes, you hear about that.
Sometimes that can be pressure on those people and they head down that path. Let me see some other calls. Who was up next? I'm going to go to Matt and check in with him. Hi, Matt. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. It says here that you work in an industry where you actually find child geniuses.
Yeah. So I'm a clinical psychologist who specializes in working with these kids because I was one growing up, and I was like, I know how much I struggled, so I was like, let me be someone to help the next generation struggle less than I did.
All right. So what have you learned over the years about dealing with these kids?
So like growing up, gifted was just like smart. Like, oh, you're really smart, you get good grades, you're going to go to Harvard, that sort of thing. Now we know a lot more, and we know that it's literally a different brain. Like we can look at brain scans and be like, oh, here's the parts that show us that you're gifted. And so like that means that it's not just something you're choosing to do, it's something your brain is pointing you towards. And I get to travel around the country talking to parents and schools about this to help them understand their kids.
So you're saying there's a genetic predisposition to being a genius?
Hugely, yeah. It's explained like genetics explains more than 50%, somewhere like 58%. How likely it is to be gifted.
Wow.
See, I always thought you'd have like a huge skull with pulsing visible veins on the outside.
Matt, any idea at what age something like that can physically be detected?
I mean, I've assessed kids as early as 3. Wow. I did an IQ test on a 3.5-year-old last year, and their IQ was about as high as we can measure on the test we have. It was a 177.
177.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And like if you think about gifted intelligence as on a scale of height, this would be a kid who's like 7'8" as compared to your average, 3-year-old
basketball team.
It's crazy because when Preston was talking about this 2-year-old in London or in England or whatever, and going through like what the parents said that this kid did, I just started thinking of my youngest, Avery, because like you could have a full-on, not like a little kid conversation, but a full-on conversation with this young kid when she was 2 years old.
Right.
She potty trained herself. Like
and you
and me, I'm almost there. We're using the M&M reward system.
Right, work in progress.
Yeah.
Look who went potty.
I found that peanut M&Ms are the ones that are most enticing. No, but honestly, like these were like markers, but like. We weren't like, we need to go have her tested to see,
Right,
and she's been and I have a question for you, Matt, because she's been a straight A student her entire life, right? But she just took her math exam the other day, and I was like, how'd it go? She's like, oh, it was terrible, horrible. But like, I know she's going to come back with an A in it. You know what I mean? But like, she always has these like, I did terrible. But she never does terrible. She always brings back A's.
That needs to stop.
Like, you guys golf, right?
I do. Yeah, Casey does.
Yeah. So, like, imagine, like, you're standing on the tee, and you can picture the shot you want to hit. You want to hit it 300 yards, cut and right, lands, bounce, right on the green. You putt in for an eagle, you go on with your life. Sooner to get to the bar, right? know? And then you actually swing, and you hit it 30 feet to the left into a pricker bush. Like, the problem with having this kind of brain is your brain can picture what it wants to do so well. Like, tell the perfect joke, do the perfect lag experiment, sing the perfect song, play the perfect thing on the cello, whatever. And then since life is always harder than it is in our brains, we overinflate our expectations because it is something that we are capable of. But like any human being, you end up falling a little short. So like you get a 93 on a test and you focus on the 7 points you got wrong, not the 93% of it you got right.
Okay.
I want to ask about testing young kids, though. Like, how much does their brain change from 2, 3, 4 years old to them as a pre-adolescent? Like, how can you accurately judge a child's brain a child that is that young?
And I mean, and that's why we recommend that we test kids every 3 years or so, because the brains do change so much. I mean, intelligence is pretty static. So, like, if you're really smart, you're going to stay really smart. We might get, like, a more nuanced or thorough view of it when you get older. But, like, there's a couple of kids I've been working with for almost a decade now. And, like, every 3 years we do the test again, and it's like 150, 147, 151, like, it's more or less in there.
Okay. That's interesting. Wow. All right, Matt, we appreciate the insight, and you are of intelligence level. Thank you. You got it.
Your certification will be in the mail.
You are of intelligence level. Quickly, one more call because they've been on hold for a long time, and then we've got to move on. We're going to go to B. Hey, B, good morning.
Oh, hi. Good morning. Long-time listener, first-time call.
Thank you. All right, so you got noticed early on as being advanced or gifted, right?
Yeah, so it kind of started when I was 5 years old. Originally, my teacher thought I had ADHD or ADD. So what I would do is get up in class and kind of move myself to the back. And it's hard being that young and trying to tell people it's because she spits when she talks. And she has, like, skin tags all over her. So... to me, that was like terrifying trying to learn with that. And then I would say in elementary school is when I really started getting testing. I actually was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder at 5. And then I think when I was about 8 or 9 years old, I was pulled out of classes and tested by our only social worker, I guess she was. They did not tell me the results, but I remember her telling me personally when I was doing the testing that at that age I was already reading at a college level.
Wow.
However, my strong suits were not math, not science. I excelled in like arts and humanities. Every year as a child up till high school, I was always in our district art show. So I always did well with social studies and English. My one English teacher, she told me that my writing resembled like a Stephen King level.
Wow.
But to me, if you don't try, you don't fail. And I certainly feel like I could have taken things a lot more seriously and done very differently for myself.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting that you say that, and I think that would be the conundrum you'd have to deal with is you've been given this thing, and yet it's so hard for at your age to process that and how that manifests, and then you're kind of laid this pathway that always has you coming up short in your mind, and that's a tough place to be in.
Yeah, for a kid.
Yes, like even without trying in school, I was still getting like A's and B's and things like that. And I think that if I applied myself more and didn't put so much pressure on myself, then I probably would have done a lot better. The stress of high school got to me so much that I induced stress seizures.
Wow. Yeah, that's
poor thing.
That's a darker
side. Do you talk to a therapist or anything about this?
So I've been in and out of therapy since I was 5. I saw a child psychiatrist when I was 5 for that diagnosis, and then I followed up with, coping mechanisms. And then after those stress seizures had begun, that again, I went to a psychologist and was working on coping mechanisms for stress and trying to compartmentalize things better. But as a kid, it does take a lot out of you.
How are you doing now? You sound like you're listen. I mean, you've made the critically poor decision of listening to the show, but we appreciate that. How are you doing otherwise?
I am in such a better place for myself.
Good.
I do think that I've learned how to kind of let things go a little bit easier. I always think to myself, am I going to remember this in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now? Is it really that important to put myself over?
That's smart. Very good.
So that's definitely helped a lot. And I worked a lot on my family relationships because I always would kind of shut myself away in my room. But now I would say that I am trying more to get outgoing and things like that because I did have friends in elementary school, but I kind of felt like I was putting on an act, so I stopped caring, and then I started getting bullied.
Can't have that. Here's the deal. You got to make a promise. Next year, you're going to be at Keenan's under Casey as he pretends to crack barbecue sauce.
Yeah, let's get really dumb with you.
If you're really good, he'll draw you a cat.
My cousin was actually on as a seagull caller last year.
Oh, the guy that sucked, Kevin?
She was actually a school teacher.
Okay. I thought you said a boy. Yeah. Okay.
Well, listen, B, we got to wrap it up. I hope things are going well for you and continue to do that. But we thank you for sharing your story. Okay.
Thanks so much.
All right,
Great listening to you guys every day.
Thank
appreciate
you.
that, B. Yeah. So this, being smart can come with its downfalls as well, or difficulties.
That's why long ago I made the decision to be a moron.
Yeah, I'm glad that you chose that.
I'm so happy.
One last email text, and then we got a break. It says, my son is a few points above Einstein, I believe, 162, 163. We did play Beethoven and Mozart while I was pregnant for him, but now he loves listening to your show. He was identified around 4 as genius level. He built his first computer at 8. Wow. He definitely could have been anything, but loves being a cook at Chick-fil-A. He's been there for 6 years. He was bullied all through school until we were able to get him in a private school. He is lazy about certain things, but a workhorse at his job. He is meticulous with his possessions, but comes off as unkempt with everything else in his life. So
that sounds like a scenario that we're very familiar with.
Yeah.
If you look at people as are depicted like Sheldon in Big Bang Theory, right? I mean, it's awkward, all of those things.
Autism spectrum and things along those lines. So it can be difficult socially, especially for people who are way advanced like that. So, wow, I didn't expect some of these calls. It was very interesting. Thank you guys for chiming in. But this is all keying off of a story about a 2-year-old British boy who's the youngest ever member of Mensa.
You think he's of intelligence level?
I think he is of extreme
We have a
intelligence
guest
level.
speaker today, Preston Elliott. He's a broadcaster in the United States. He has an interesting theory about the levels of intelligence.
Yes, just everyone, feast your ears. Well, all right, anyhow, thanks for the calls. We appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We got the B file on the way next, so stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
I don't have to get out of bed until 5:30.
So do you go back to sleep, Gene, or are you able to?
Generally not.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll just lay there. I never got out of bed and did anything like the psychologist
Try that.
suggested.
Are you willing
Yeah,
to?
I will.
Yeah. See, I mean, I'd never crossed my mind. I always thought that the idea was to stay where you are and just try to settle back in.
Work through it.
Yeah.
The worst thing I did, the doctor prescribed me something called Ambien.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that is a nasty, nasty pill.
Maybe you could try counting sheep.
1, 2, 3.
There it is.
There you go.
It didn't work, Steve.
That was
No, but give this thing a shot. But Ambien was that was nasty for you.
Every day after, I would rather not sleep than have a day after taking one of those. It's like you have a really bad hangover the entire day. Just the side effects really outweighed the benefit.
Yeah, people with chronic insomnia who have to deal with that issue. To me, to know usually the joy of being able to go up and get into bed and you're going to relax down and rest. That's the absolute opposite for someone who has insomnia.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Gene. We appreciate the call. Good luck with everything.
Creep, lush coward.
That's your sleep therapist.
Yeah. So anyhow, obviously there's some things you can do, but getting up and moving around is one that you wouldn't consider.
Right.
The right thing to do. The breathing technique as
Square
well
dancing.
is a good one as well. Maybe a quick square dance, a little Alaman left, maybe. So anyhow, take those for what you will if you've been having problems. We do need to take a break and come back in a second because we have a guest. We're going to meet the new head coach of the Flyers.
Yeah.
We had an interesting conversation with Bill Clement about him last week. So we'll see if he lives up to that reputation. John Tortorella will be with us when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR. Ever wondered where to get the latest MMR gear?
There wasn't any toilet paper.
You need to understand.
And
don't tell anyone.
Dude, you laughed so hard. You were just
You're so vulnerable.
I was at my most vulnerable ever.
Give me a hug.
Come here, buddy. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Come here.
All right. So anyhow, so you've had this happen, and I saw this article with some pretty interesting tips. It says instead of descending into self-loathing, have an action plan. Here's what to do when there's no toilet paper in your bathroom stall.
Well, this can be very helpful. Good. Yes. I think everyone can use this at some point in time.
So I'm going to read from this article verbatim because there are some good tips here. And feel free to share your own stories if you like. 215-263-WMMR. So it says in this article, number one, first thing is ask for help. It says if you're alone in the restroom, the obvious first step is to check other stalls for supplies. If you're not alone, just call on the love of your fellow humans. If there's someone else in the restroom, swallow your pride, make a polite request for assistance. It says you may you may feel embarrassed,
right?
But we all have to move our bowels at some point, and it's significantly better than the next few options that are going to be explored in this article.
I think all things being equal, I think you would attempt to help out someone were you outside the stall and someone called for help from you. It's just the kind of thing that we could all commiserate on.
Agreed.
Right?
So swallow your pride, swallow your embarrassment, go ahead.
Swallow your fist.
And just ask for some help and see if some stranger in there has some toilet paper. Now, if there's no one in there,
right,
and you can't leave the stall for whatever reason, then your next step to contemplate is non-standard paper products.
Which is the thing that rifles through everyone's mind. What can you possibly use?
To wipe my ass.
Right.
Well, sometimes you have the ass gasket. It's just sitting there, right?
Have you ever used an ass gasket?
Let me go through these.
Yeah.
Number one, toilet seat covers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ass
so we
gasket.
have them.
And these are in order, by the way, of which ones you should use. Okay. Given your druthers,
right,
that's the first one you should go for. And they give reasons why.
Okay, please.
These are your best option if available. They are sanitary and flushable.
Are they?
So they're really just oddly shaped toilet paper anyway.
All right, hold for one.
They're probably the smoothest option as far as comfort level goes.
All right. So this actually adds something that makes me angry now. Because I will go in, and many is the time I'll go in and see the ass gasket still on the toilet.
Still there.
Now knowing that it's flushable. Makes it even more.
And even if it wasn't, just go throw it.
Get rid of it.
Some people's public bathroom habits, specifically
here
in buildings where they are regular tenants.
Yes.
They're here working every day. And I see the regular stuff happening all the time. And I'm like, honestly, really? Seriously? Seriously.
Filthy animal.
It's basic.
Yeah.
It's seriously basic to flush the toilet. That's what that handle is there for. Or take away. It's like going out into the woods. Leave no trace.
Leave no trace.
Right? It's a pretty easy concept.
And usually it's
keep it clean.
When you walk in, it's very anonymous. You have no idea who left the mess or
unless
whatever.
you sign the wall.
But I was washing my hands one time, and somebody came in, used the stall to go number one, and left the toilet seat up, and then left. And I'm like, ugh, just put the toilet seat down.
That's not as bad as
I agree.
Still,
yeah.
I know, but you're making somebody else touch that toilet
Well,
seat.
you're going to be communing with it in some form or another. Your body will be. So I got it. I understand. Technically, yes, you're right.
It's not the worst.
But that doesn't set me off.
That one's nominal.
Yeah.
I think. All right. So then you have your second option outside of the toilet seat cover, paper towels. Obviously.
Okay, what you're saying. This list says is more corrosive or more irritating than the ass gasket.
Yeah, if you grab some paper towels, it says from the sink area, you have a scratchy but effective substitute.
Would you moisten said paper towels?
You can minimize the roughness by getting them a little damp before using. So
and that's what I would do.
Which is what I was attempting to do when Casey came into the bathroom and saw my full frontal moment.
I had a similar moment to that where the person was getting paper towels, not for the reason that you were getting them, a different female reason. And she looked at me and she went, "I'm so sorry. Do not talk about this on the air." And I was like, got it. Check.
All right, now here may be one that you did not consider. All right, and this is what actually made me go, okay, this might be worth mentioning on the air, this whole conversation. The cardboard roll. Now, this is when you're getting down to, I have no options here. So the bare cardboard toilet paper roll might be mocking you from the dispenser, but you can use it for an extremely unpleasant wiping experience.
How would you extricate it? Like we have our
It depends on what you have. Ours is industrial size.
You can't get in
I
there.
don't think you'd
That's
be
not
able to
gonna
do
work.
that. It's the type of thing that if you have yoga classes that it's like you can roll your back on. Like it's
Yeah.
that, you know what I'm talking
Right,
about?
yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah, I have
So
one of
unless you have
them.
an extraordinarily large ass, is that going to help?
But
you?
it says, like paper towels, you can make it marginally more comfortable with some strategic dampening. But if you have to, you can use, and I think that's more like the standard home version of toilet paper, that cardboard roll.
Right.
You can kind of tear it apart.
And it's different sheets. I mean, and that's, you're really slumming it at that point. But when you have no options, you have no options.
All right. Then moves on to another level.
Oh, can I guess?
Yes.
The floor tiles.
No.
No.
It says, let's say you've wandered into some sort of Mad Max restroom where there are no paper products at all, not even the cardboard roll, and you've started your business and you haven't noticed it and it's too late. It says, a wasteland of bacteria and shame.
Oh, boy.
It's time then to search for a hidden reservoir of paper on your person. Check your pockets and your wallet for anything that could be used.
That dump just cost me $150.
Well, it goes through some
Really?
options here. So,
All right.
starts with tissues. Says this one's pretty obvious. Of course, if you have a pack of tissues in your coat pocket, your toilet experience won't be so traumatic.
Do you have tissues with you? Do you have a handkerchief with you?
I do not.
don't.
I have tissues in my bag.
Ladies usually do in their bag.
So walk over to the ladies' room with your pants around your ankles.
You could do that if you're desperate. All right, how about this? And I never would have thought of this. Receipts. If you went to CVS right before you hit the
forget it.
blue,
You're good to go.
you're in luck. You can wipe for days.
You can wipe other people's butts.
It says paper receipts aren't ideal.
No.
But they can get the job done. It says, sure, you might not be able to return those ill-advised impulse purchases, but you will have defeated entropy for one more day, and that's not nothing. So if you have that, you're available. Now, how about this? Wrappers.
I don't see. Okay, I hear this. I never have any of this.
Similarly, yeah, but you may, at that moment, you may have just stuck something into your pocket. You may have just picked something up, and you might have it in your pocket. It's worth looking for.
All right.
Similarly, candy wrappers or other packaging that you've got in a bag or in your pocket may also provide a bit of emergency relief here. And then, Steve, the one that you mentioned at the top, cash. Says, yes, that makes this the most expensive public restroom you've ever used, but wasting a few $1 bills might be worth it in this instance. If you don't have any singles, you're going to have to engage in a very serious conversation with yourself regarding the price of your dignity.
Man, would it be better to keep a couple of blank checks in your wallet?
Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to go to some calls and I'll come back to a couple of other ideas. Well, actually, let me get to these ideas because some of them have to do with people, what people are saying and when they call in. So another one says you can do a make a do-it-yourself bidet.
So this was something I was wondering about because listen, you've now become subhuman, but you've got to do everything you can to clean yourself properly and leave there with some peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have to think, okay, the water in the toilet.
Right.
All right.
So
is that where we're going?
No, not at first. It says if you happen to have a bottle of water on you,
all right,
consider using it to clean up without paper. Water is pretty effective at this, which is why billions of people around the world use it instead of or in combination with toilet paper.
So
it
this
could be a
is,
choice.
For me, I always go to the bathroom and I bring a pressure washer with me.
Oh, good call.
So I would use that first.
If you had to, I think you can flush the toilet.
Yes, exactly.
And then you have a fresh bowl of water.
Yes, exactly.
You're going to have to use your hand.
Yes, but you could wash your hands once you got out.
You can wash your hands as soon as you get out.
In fact, you dive over to that sink.
So you that is a one of the last ditch.
I mean, listen,
desperation moves.
Can I say I think we're saving lives here today?
We are. I think so.
we're
These are
saving
good.
lives because these are legitimate. When you encounter it, you're going to say, oh, this is frivolous talk, until you find yourself perhaps, and God, I hope it doesn't happen later on today, having to manually bidet your ass with toilet water.
Well, that's how some
You're gonna
cultures
thank us.
will do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, my friend was she spent a long time in India. And I think that's maybe why they don't ever shake hands with their left hand, because that is your ass wiping hand.
There are some cultures, yes, that they use their hand for quote unquote grooming.
Your AWH.
And that is, what is that?
Your ass wiping hand.
Your AWH.
But they'll have
Is that your AWH?
It's your
I'm
aw.
sorry.
Your aw for short.
I don't want to shake people's hands anyway. Now I really don't want to with AWH. Now that I know about that.
It's just the left hand. The right hand is usually okay.
No,
But
that's
they'll take
completely
water,
fine.
That has COVID on it.
Splash it up.
Yeah.
That's your BTH, your ball tickling hand.
Yeah. Kathy.
All right, and then your BTH. And then finally, and this is the one a lot of people are calling and texting about, sacrifice your wardrobe.
Yeah.
No, get the hell out of here.
No.
What?
No.
This is the dumbest story ever. This is not happening.
Did you not just hear
Kathy,
Save lives.
people
honestly,
agreeing that we're saving lives?
Honestly, what?
what would you do?
This isn't going to happen.
She would wait. She would
Such
stay.
a denier.
She would
Oh my
stay in the
God.
stall until the building was demolished.
Let's say you had an emergency, like I got to get to the toilet right now.
I would
have
go
no choice.
home.
And you,
I would.
You're gonna crap your pants, is what I'm saying.
I'm not going to crap. I don't have situations where I'm going to crap my pants. That doesn't happen.
She's not realistic.
No,
Listen,
I am realistic. I don't have
She
situations
can will it to
where I'm gonna
happen.
crap my
No.
She will
pants.
make it go back up.
There are times,
But I will
you
tell
might
you
get
because
sick.
the
What if you're sick?
well, hold on. All the time. If I go into a public restroom, I check first if there's toilet paper, because not for what you guys are talking about, just going to the bathroom, urinating.
It's sage advice.
If I don't have toilet paper and I have wet underwear, it ruins my day. It's so uncomfortable.
Okay.
So I check every time I go in here. If I'm at Target, wherever I am, a concert, whatever it is, I will check when I go into the stall if there's toilet paper there.
So she's saying something that really is the first step.
Well, yeah.
That you and while you may not think about it, make sure you check. Now, this is obviously we've gotten past that, and you didn't. But you can head all this off of the past if you make sure that you have, and if it's not in your stall or whatever, go to the stall that has it, or work out your things ahead of time. But Kathy, you're in a situation, as where Preston said, let's say you have, you just got food poisoning. It came on you like a bolt of lightning. And would you?
Apparently that has never happened to her in her 30 years.
How would you do? How would you extricate yourself from this scenario?
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Delco Trimlight. Visit DelcoTrimlight.com and you can schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. All right, this is wild, man. A huge portion of a glacier in the Swiss Alps has broken off from the mountainside, sending rock, mud, and ice crashing onto the village of Blatten.
There's nightmarish footage of this.
Authorities have been warning of a potential collapse of the Birch Glacier for weeks now as cracks appeared in the ice. Earlier this month, villagers and livestock were evacuated from Blatten, which sits in the valley below the glacier and is home to about 300 people. Webcam and drone images show enormous plumes of dust billowing into the Alpine Valley as the glacier collapsed, with a huge wave of mud and boulders covering the hillsides and most of the village. There are no reports of casualties, although one person is reported missing as they evacuated the area. It is now largely buried under rubble.
Oh.
The glacier collapse caused an earthquake measuring 3.1 on the Richter scale.
It also freed 11 dinosaurs, Preston.
Wow. Images from the site suggest that in addition to the village, huge swaths of forest have been destroyed and debris has blocked the nearby Lonza River, increasing the risk of flooding in the area.
Yeah.
Glaciers in the Alps are becoming more unstable as global temperatures rise in Switzerland. Glaciers lost 10% of their volume just between 2022 and 2023 alone, official statistics show. Melting glaciers can cause rockfalls, rock and ice avalanches, and debris flows into the valleys below. And research suggests small rockfalls and landslides are increasing in the Alps due to climate change. But if you haven't seen this video footage, it's insane. Covers the whole village. A woman was arrested after police say she stripped down inside a hotel and began to throw bottles of alcohol at people. Officers responded to the Hilton Garden Hotel on New Jersey Avenue for a report of a disorderly person. The caller reportedly said that there was a person who was taking off their clothing inside the hotel. When officers arrived, they were told to go to the far end of the lobby of the hotel, and they said there was broken glass and property normally on top of a bar all over the floor as the suspect was sitting completely nude at a high-top table surrounded by Hilton Garden Hotel staff.
You want to kiss me?
When the officer asked the woman why she was naked, she reportedly said, "My Lord and Savior, Michael Jackson, told me to do this."
That's right, my daughter.
She then
Make a mess.
She then immediately
Just go for the top shelf stuff.
She then immediately uttered, "I threw something at him," while motioning
Show
at
the police your noonie ha-ha.
at one of the victims and said, "I wish I got all of them, all of the white people. I'm racist as F." Police say the suspect then asked them to take her to jail. Before the police were requested, the caller said the woman had been detained and was outside
Shaman be with you.
the hotel.
And also with you.
Shaman. Lift up your shaman.
We lift him up to the Lord.
They found her outside of the hotel naked on a towel on the ground. The caller told police that the woman ran inside the hotel, went over to the bar. She jumped over the bar and then began to throw bottles of alcohol at people while still naked. Multiple victims reported that she was throwing bottles at them while jumping back and forth over the hotel bar.
That's no small feat. It's pretty athletic.
Turned out to be 31-year-old Husani Cacho, and she was placed on arrest for simple assault, destruction of property, lewd acts, and disorderly conduct.
He takes up his nose. This is my body.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
So
my nose.
when you are teaching a child to drive, you have to be very careful. And this is a terrible story. A man was killed during a driving lesson when his teen daughter in Laguna Beach accidentally made a mistake. The man has been identified. The fatal crash happened on Monday on Coast Highway in California. Preliminary investigations revealed the car driven by a 15-year-old girl with a driver's permit crashed through a fence in the upper parking lot of the now shuttered Gleason's Market. The vehicle, Steve, then broke through a fence barrier and went down a 40-foot cliff before flipping upside down onto the highway.
So it's tragic on multiple levels. I think if I were teaching a new driver to drive, I would stay away from cliffside parking lots.
Yeah, the girl sustained significant injuries, was taken to the hospital. She's expected to survive. Her father, James Pelotowski, was identified as the only passenger in the vehicle. He died at the
Can
scene.
you imagine how she's going to process that?
Rest of her life.
And this is something that a dad is trying to do with his daughter.
May never be able to drive again. I don't know. The cause of the collision remains under investigation. All right, one more quick story. Paul Jones, a British private investigator, recently recounted one of his most unusual cases. One of Jones's clients, a married mother of two, was trying to improve her children's brushing habits by monitoring their electronic toothbrush using a smartphone app. And she noticed that the brush was being used at strange times of the day when her kids were supposed to be at school and her husband at work. Well, after making sure that her kids were indeed at school, she confronted her husband, who claimed to have been away at work all day. She said at first it didn't seem like much. Brushing late in the morning on Fridays didn't raise immediate flags. But over time, the woman started to see a pattern. The electric toothbrush was being used on Friday mornings, a time when her husband was supposed to be at work. In reality, her spouse hadn't been to work on Friday morning in months. Instead, he was having an affair with a colleague right in the family home, knowing that no one would be there.
Was he using the toothbrush for a vibrator?
They didn't indicate that.
That's what it sounds like.
I didn't think of that. Somebody was just...
Why is your vulva so sparkly?
Brushing their teeth, and they noticed it was the time was the issue. The detective said when a device says someone brushed their teeth at 10:48 a.m. when they were supposed to start work at 9 a.m., that's very hard to explain away.
My toothbrush tastes weird.
Jones warned cheating partners that smart devices like voice assistants and toothbrushes can hold incriminating information, and no matter how deceitful they are as people, innocent data can get them caught.
Is that not amazing?
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. Listen, we got a lot of things going on here. Hollis Thomas is going to be in the studio when we return, and he is here with our friends at Dolan's Bar.
Yeah.
And they are in Ridley Park, 24 East Sellers Avenue, and they have brought $50 gift cards and a bunch of food with them as well. They brought their Big D burger, the Sweet Baby Blue burger, and some Dolan's wings as well. And it's Delco's dive bar to the stars, voted most Delco bar by lots of people.
Oh, that's awesome.
And probably the most famous dive bar in the country. And they invite you to join them for Delco Day 10, which is coming up on Saturday, June 7th. And if you're going to go there, let's give you a $50 gift card. We'll take caller number 16 at 610-660-9333, and you will be good to go. We'll get Hollis in the studio and move on to some other things as well when we return. And then later on, comedian Eric D'Alessandro is going to be here. He's performing at the Sellersville Theater coming up on the 7th as well. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
That would be a pretty unfortunate string of events that you all of a sudden have food poisoning and no toilet paper and you're out of your house.
Yes.
Like, I just don't see
And you're
it
in a
happening.
foreign country.
And listen, I understand it might happen to some people.
You're
but
in India.
Hopefully that never happens to me.
And you've sprained your AWH.
So anyhow, if it did happen to you, Kathy, you might consider this, okay?
All right, yes. Always wear something you don't like.
Using your socks. And this goes in kind of like an order of what you might want to go to.
Let me ask you, have you ever, under the stall, pulled the sock off someone in the stall next to you?
I need this.
Yes,
I've not.
I need this
Sorry.
badly.
I'm going to be taking this.
I mean, this has happened to me in my home. It's not even a private, restroom or I'm
You
sorry,
really have no
a public
excuse to
restroom.
wipe your clothing
but
your own home.
But I have gone into the bathroom, sat down, started my business. Oh my God, there's no toilet paper.
Right.
Because apparently I'm the only one in the entire household who replaces any toilet paper.
So clothing, let's go the hierarchy, Preston.
Socks.
Socks.
Start with that.
Number one.
Says your best choice once you've hit this bottom because they come in pairs. And once you're done cleaning up, you can carefully insert the dirty sock inside its mate, making it easy and relatively sanitary for the garbage. So you could take your other sock, you put the dirty sock in the clean sock, throw it in the garbage can,
and you're done.
And then you're good to go. And listen, you were going to lose the other sock anyway because it's in pairs.
You look very sort of stylish in a Bruno Maglia, right? Maglia, what do they call it? Hey, so
would you use the inside of the sock or the outside of the sock?
I would
inside, softer.
So you can still wear them.
I think the inside is a little softer than
a sock wouldn't be my first choice. I think I would use
suit jacket?
A suit jacket first because I hate suit jackets.
All right, next would be underwear.
Yeah, I would probably go underwear.
Reasoning that your underwear, your pants are going to be ruined anyway if you do nothing, maybe make their sacrifice really count. But Casey, dude, I wear Tommy John underwear. I like good underwear.
I hear you.
So sue me because I spend a lot of money on my underwear, but they're really expensive.
Wait a second,
though. I
though.
want to ruin my underwear.
He does make a good point, Casey. I would actually say that a good pair like Tommy John, and I agree with you 1,000%, Preston, how comfortable they are. They're I think they might be softer than your socks, than your average socks.
You should really try
they're way more expensive, so I wouldn't want to do that.
You should really try Fruit of the Loom breathables. They're great. They're very, very comfortable, and they're not as expensive. But the sock is dirty. It's around your.
Have you not understood the parameters of what's happening here?
I understand.
Yeah, this is no time for that
you can
pie in the sky thinking that you have.
You can worry about cleanup later.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally, it says using your undershirt. If you're wearing an undershirt or layers of shirts, maybe you don't need all of them.
Probably not. Well, what about the tie?
Ties can be really expensive.
Doesn't matter.
So it all depends.
This is your human dignity. How much is that worth?
But given a sock over a tie, I'd do the sock. Socks are cheap.
All right.
You know what I mean?
If you take the tie? And Garrett, the guy in the stall next to you,
and steal his socks.
Exactly. And there you go.
Now, here it says one final note. Whatever you wind up using in the situation, with the exception of toilet seat covers, do not flush it down the toilet.
No, horrible.
Even paper products like paper towels or tissues shouldn't be flushed because they won't disintegrate like toilet paper. Tissues are designed to withstand explosive sneezes, after all, and persist for a long time, clogging time in our sewer systems, for example. And if you do have to resort to one of these desperate measures, steel yourself and walk the remnants to the garbage.
They have left out hats and weaves as possible
What was the
wiping
last
material.
one?
Hats and weaves.
Oh, weaves.
Yeah.
Talk about expensive.
Steve,
Yes.
listen, the things that people will flush down the toilets. I have a friend of mine who
Plumber?
No. He works for Public Works.
Okay.
And there was a pump house near this housing development, and he said because there was like big time backups and stuff, and they had to go put in a whole new system. He said you wouldn't believe what he found that people flush down the toilets, like baseballs, lacrosse
baseballs,
dildos.
Really?
Like, yes.
Yeah, I
people
remember
are
you telling
flushing
me that.
these things down the toilet.
That's the garbage disposal for your dildos, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, a lot of texts and calls coming. This text says, I once wiped my ass with a $20 bill when caught without any toilet paper while drinking at a party. Took the same $20 bill, washed it off, and then bought more beer with it.
Oh, God. Grody.
Mm-hmm. I could not.
They wash it up. Would you throw away the money?
I would.
I'd wash it off.
I would. No, I would.
Yeah.
I would. I just couldn't bring myself to recirculate that into the system.
Once you clean it, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Brian. Let me go to some calls here real quick. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
I'm great.
I was on a job site once, and I was about an hour and a half away from where I work, and I went into the porta potty, and there was nothing. So it was a chilly day. I had a sweatshirt and a T-shirt on, and I had to use my T-shirt.
That's absolutely fine.
Brian, did you realize before you sat down or?
No.
Oh, no, it was afterwards.
You know,
that's the thing. That's it.
That's the point at which you've made a critical error. That's why I think for our bathroom here and Brian on job sites when you have the porta potty, there should be a small rack of clothing there for you to use in case you run out of toilet paper.
Just clothing. Yeah, at all times.
I agree.
Brian, did you end up? I guess you tossed your shirt into the porta potty, right?
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy who has to clean it. But
Well, you could toss it into a porta pot because it's not going through plumbing.
But they eventually have to. They have to. Yeah, it won't go through plumbing.
Yeah,
but they do have to do something with that stuff eventually.
Don't they have people that pull the clothing out and clean it?
Yeah, I think they do. Maybe that's what.
Ooh, a shirt.
Ooh,
all right, listen to
dildo.
this. Listen to this. I'm going to Scott. This
right.
is very interesting. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Hey, Preston, is this bad time? Can you talk?
I can talk. I'm good. What's up, buddy?
So I was out for a long walk with my girlfriend, now wife. We were going to go feed the ducks, feed the fish, and the urge hit, and we were far from anywhere, and I had nothing. I squatted behind a tree. I told her to run. It wasn't
to run.
This isn't going to be pretty.
Run! Get to the chopper!
And I had to use the pack of hamburger buns that we were going to use to feed the ducks.
Oh, my God.
My God. You used a bread product.
I did. I had
Okay.
to.
So could you? You could. Was it in plastic? Could you have used the plastic first?
I probably could have used the plastic, but
I'm going to support you in your use of the bread. I think that probably on a more natural level would be better. And even with this knowledge, this woman married you. She's a keeper.
She did. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And then it says here on my screen, there was some other situations.
Oh yeah, I did landscaping for a number of years, and when there's nothing out there on a job site, and it's in the middle of winter, and there's no paper, there's nothing, I just rolled up a couple snowballs and washed it.
Snowballs.
I thought you were going to say
Never
like
considered that.
a shrub.
My God, Scott.
A snowball would work.
Yeah, but think about
the cold.
Yeah. How funky was that?
It was awful. The homeowner actually came out, and my boss told her what was going on. She was a friendly lady. And she said, that must have been one cold poop.
Oh, my God.
Let me ask you just on a basic level, Scott. How do you have intestinal issues, or were we talking panic situations here, like you're sick?
It was. I used to have some pretty good intestinal issues before I got taken care
And because
of.
when that happens, people don't realize.
But listen,
there's nothing you can do.
Working though, landscaping though, if you're out all day long, and I would imagine a lot of times people aren't home. You can't say knock on the door and say, "Look, I'm having an emergency. I apologize." And you probably don't want to do that anyway. I would imagine you find yourself in a situation where it's like, all right. Pardon the pun, but I got to make do. I got to make this happen.
You better skim your pool.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. I'll bet you construction workers, guys out in landscaping.
Snipers.
Maybe. Yeah. No, but I'll bet you that that group of people, have to deal with this more than anyone else.
Because your options are much more limited.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would always be wearing a wiping shirt.
Case, we don't have much time, right?
No, damn it, we're just cracking the surface on
this. I know. Let me see
We're
here.
changing lives.
What is this? All right, let me go to Dan. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Dan?
Okay, so when I first got together with my now wife, I was born in Kansas, and I wanted to take her. We were going to visit family, and I wanted to take her to the river where we spent my stomping grounds when I was a kid. We used to go fishing, swimming,
It's awesome. Yes, how romantic.
It was going to be great. So I thought. So we get down there, and, we're walking around, and I'm like, yeah, this is where I used to, uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
She's looking at me, and I'm like, well, I'm sorry. So I'm actually using the car that my mom lent me, while we were there visiting.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I opened the door to the old Chrysler Sebring drop top, and I thought, well, I don't have anything. And I'm looking around, and I'm like, Mom's beanie it is,
Mom's beanie?
Yeah.
She had a hat in the car, and that's it.
I used the hat. I had to, man. I do construction, too, so I'm telling you guys, it's a rough life, man.
I know. I have no doubt. When you have to use your beloved mother's beanie.
God rest her soul. No.
Thank God Grandma wasn't in the backseat. Your skin's kind of papery.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Dan, that's...
My wife looked at me, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Rabbi, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
You don't have to say yes.
Oh, my God. Listen, at some point, you have no choice.
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guest is known as many things. He's known as a former Eagle. He's known as an awesome individual, and he's also known as DJ Cool MF. And he's going to be playing at Delco Days. Hollis Thomas is here with us this morning.
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me back, baby.
Good to have you on. So you do a little DJing on the side?
A little bit. I was, when you're at a party and you hear the DJ playing, and then all of a sudden he plays one of those songs that you only should listen to at home by yourself. Yeah. And he's over there rocking out, and the whole dance floor is cleared, and everybody's like, "Come on, man!" I don't ever want to be that guy. I want to keep the party going.
Yeah. So you would never put on, like Bob Seger, "We've Got Tonight."
Come on. See, he did. Oh God,
Nick did that at a frat party. Put on a slow song, and everybody was like, "What are you doing?
What are you doing?" And so you want to keep the party going, and I don't. And sometimes he's like, "Don't you want a microphone to talk? We're here to party. We're not here to talk. If you want to talk, we'll listen to radio."
Yeah. So I did learn from a club DJ one time, and he told me that sometimes there's a method to that madness, because if you're working at a bar and you got a full dance floor and everybody's out there, that means everybody's having a good time. But people aren't buying drinks.
I know, and
you know that, right?
I know that. My DJ, my coach, Steve Pfeffer.
Steve Pfeffer.
That's a real name too.
There you go.
So we were talking about it. I was like, but you kind of want to slow things down, not too slow.
Right.
You want to slow things down for people to go back and get a drink, and then as they're getting their drink and they're finishing up, they may want to order an appetizer or something, and then you hit them with the funk again.
Boom.
Yeah.
So what's your go-to when you want to send things into hyperdrive? What are you pulling out on the turntables?
You know what? Sometimes Casey had the Sunshine Band, and sometimes you hit them with some cool. Again, you got to kind of get something where everybody knows the song.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's a couple of songs out there that I played that my DJ didn't even know about. It's like To Get the Ladies on the Floor. There's a song by Nasty Girls, and not talk about the one by Vanity Six. The beat alone, when you play the beat, you just hit them with a little bit of the beat, and you see which ladies are looking, because they're gonna clean it out.
Oh yeah,
and it's the little Evelyn Champagne King, and because you want the ladies to dance, you don't want the big goofy guys to dance.
And Hollis will be looking at you, going, singing the words, so you know I'm a nasty girl.
They do it with that other song, that the newer version of it.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I've seen too many TikToks of that one. Way too many.
It gets a little too much.
Are you going to be DJing this
Yes,
weekend?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And is this going to be at Dolan's, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It says it starts at 2 p.m., so that's on Saturday the 7th.
Yes. And the one thing that you guys, he's bringing the food here. My suggestion is go directly for the Sweet Baby Blue.
Oh,
We were looking at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
We were looking at that.
Changed my life.
So I'll read this to you. So this is what they serve on the Sweet Baby Blue Burger. Amish ground beef smash burger served with homemade bacon onion jam and gorgonzola blue cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. I'm a fan.
Yes, when I first, I had two of them when I first ate them, and one was supposed to be for later, hence supposed to be. Because after destroying the first, I almost bit my hand destroying the first one.
It gets tense.
When you were playing ball professionally, what was your diet like? I mean, because you obviously you guys have hard schedules with training, especially preseason getting going. Would you eat more food when you were?
Not in the off season, but I had to eat the right foods to eat more food. You had to keep up the calorie count.
Yeah.
But it was like I got sick and tired of salmon.
Oh yeah.
Like people, you love it because you didn't have to eat it.
Yeah.
It's like so. I had to cut one time. I had to cut, and my trainer, she wanted me to cut fat instead of just weight in general.
Yeah.
So every meal for six meals a day was a hunk of salmon, grilled salmon, and vegetables.
6 meals a day.
6 meals a day.
Yeah.
And it was like the first cup, I was like, I love salmon. I'll have salmon. That second day on that fourth meal.
Do you ever eat it anymore?
I eat it sometimes.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool sometimes, but like it's like a go-to meal. Like my pregame ritual when I first started with the Eagles. Everybody used to try to go to fancy restaurants when we got to on away games. I would always look for an IHOP.
IHOP.
I needed a short stack and a bacon and American omelet.
Okay,
it sets the mood right.
Do you know what? So it's funny how the nature of training and stuff has changed over the years. It's a little bit more science. Some people say for better, or some people say for worse. Were you aware of like what your required caloric intake was when you were playing?
A little bit, because being a fat kid, they often sent me to a bunch of different dietitians. I've been on every different diet that's known to man. I've been calorie counting. I've done all the gimmicky diets. Most of them work, but it's like when you go back to regular eating, you swell up like you're allergic to seafood.
Right.
So the best thing that I've learned to do is you have to cut back on some stuff and don't deprive yourself of like if you have a craving, don't deprive yourself, because once you have that craving and then you finally get to whatever it is you want, it's going to be bad. It's going to be a complete and total binge. Trust me, I know.
You're right.
Yeah. So it's like, but the one thing that I have learned, if you work out properly and stuff and do something every day, it doesn't have to be CrossFit, because I'm getting old in my waning years. PJ can attest to the workout I do now. I do it Monday through Friday. It's only an hour long.
Yeah.
But I stick to the machines because it doesn't put that undue stress on my ligaments and my joints, because playing all that time.
Well, so years ago I was a free weights guy. Free weights.
We always thought that.
And now the machines, like the one, not like club or hotel machines.
No.
Like a
Nautilus, Nautilus Medics, and it's another one that we use, but it was all the ones that we used when I first got to the league. I didn't know that they would save my life like they do.
And your injury level goes way down. Yeah.
Because it doesn't put free weights. You have to control the free weights yourself, and so all that shaking and stuff, when you have to stable it, that's putting undue stress on your ligaments and joints. And then you notice how you see some guys, they have those injuries where nobody touches them. Right. That's what it's from. It's from that undue stress, and then you go out there and put that force against it. You're down for the count.
So you talk about getting older, and we find it too. These. Like, how the hell did I hurt myself doing that? Do you have an injury from your playing days that takes the gold medal in causing you the most problems these days?
Probably my hip.
Your hip?
Well, I did. But a lot of people think when I was walking out for the game against the Giants that was the first time I broke my foot. But I'd been playing on a stress fracture for like 10 weeks, and then it shattered. So. In order to fix that, they put a screw down there, and since I'm a giant person, they take bone from your hip and they put it down there. So I always know when it's raining and stuff. That's really and then I have both the tricep and stuff. I have all the tricep torn tricep torn at it twice, and then the bicep on both ends torn.
So what's the worst? What's the worst? Because I've heard bicep is painful as hell, but I don't know anyone who's ever torn a tricep.
Well, they do a nerve block. So if you ever get like the surgery, you make sure you get that nerve block because when you wake up, it wakes up. You never wanted to wake up, but I think the tricep is probably the worst.
The worst.
Yeah, it's because it gives you that false sense of security, like it's already healed, and then just like when Brandon Graham had his, I knew he was going to come back when he had the brace he had because of the brace he had on. I was like, but they're going to have to go back in at the end because I played 8 games with it after I did mine, and they had to go back in at the end and clean it out and reattach it.
Jeez, that's a lot. I mean, that's why. I mean, and people, it's an age-old discussion about athletes and their contracts and so on and so forth. You are literally, I don't care what level you're playing at, you're destroying your body systematically.
Right.
So you've got to make sure that you're thinking long term.
Yes, you think long term. Yeah, if you do the proper things to take care of yourself, I think a lot of the guys are going to call me old because I think some of the practices and stuff kind of pitfalls guys into getting some of those injuries, especially early on, because you don't. I was talking to my buddy Irvin Fryer. We was talking, but everybody says the same thing. When you practice, you can practice and do everything you want to before training camp, but you were never ready for it.
Yeah.
You have to get your body ready to go through that season, and the only way to get your body ready for it is to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Brandon Graham, Hollis, and your career was ending as his was beginning, 2008, 2009. I think that's when you kind of were wrapping up in the NFL. And so I'm really curious, like, when you compare eras of the NFL, right? Like when you came into the league versus when you left, what were the biggest changes? And when Brandon came into the league and now he's on the cusp or has retired, what do you think those changes are? Is it money? Is it conditioning? What are the biggest changes?
I think it's money, and also I think not the players, but the fans and I would say the players too. Is like they used to have that thing where you go to training camp and you went away. A lot of people here used to go to Lehigh and plan their vacation around
Westchester too.
Yeah, Westchester. I got it when they went to Lehigh, and I used to see thousands of fans. I think the fans are getting a bum rap for that. But then the players are getting a softer form of training camp, and it's not preparing them. If you look at, I'm going to watch a game with you guys one time, and we're going to watch the offensive defensive line. It sucked because you don't get that. Even when we don't have pads on, we were knocking the crap out of each other, but you had to do that in order to get the look that you were going to get because you had to ramp it up during the game, and you don't have those preseason games because they're not going to play your preseason games, especially if you're a starter.
So you're saying they're now the way it is, they come in a little bit more susceptible to injury?
Yes. If you look at it, all those soft tissue injuries that you used to see in training camp and stuff, and by the time training camp was over, everybody was ready to hit the ground running. That happens at the beginning of the season now, and all those holding calls, those false starts, you see all that stuff is supposed to get out in training camp. That's why the funniest thing is, and I've only told a couple of people this story, I trained like hell to try to pass the conditioning test one time. I say one time because no matter how much you train, it's not going to be the same when you're going against your fellow guys. Right. It's brutal, and it's the same way with football. You can train as much as you want, but it's nothing gets you prepared for football except for playing football.
It's weird because we were at the the Phils were at their training camp and spring training. And it's always something that comes up. It's like, this is great, but an injury, when it happens, you have an injury there and you're out the whole season. And I mean, because you're not really playing the way you play.
Right.
And, it's weird.
But the other thing, too, is I like the way that they've done the injury thing now. With the teams now, well, you're not lost for the year. You're on the injury reserve, but with the option to come back, and they're getting a lot more money. But they got control of practice too. I was a player rep. They gave too much money back to the owners. That's just me. I was a player. They gave a lot of stuff back to get the minuscule things that they got, and you get more money because the TV companies are paying more, and the other part too is see a lot of guys going for sacks. That's why I said that we could watch a game together.
Yeah.
And I'll show you a guy, a defensive lineman. If you don't stop the run, everybody thinks this is a passing league. If I don't have to pass the ball, I will run the ball down your throat all day. You can pass rush your ball field all day. And that's what transpires. When the dust settles and it's in the playoff time, if you have a lead as a team, you have to know that other team is good enough because they're in the playoffs to come back on you. And if you can't keep that clock going, there used to be a theme by the offensive line. When you were behind by a couple of touchdowns and they were running the ball down your throat, and they'd be like, time keeps on ticking. It's like, because the clock keeps going.
Yeah.
It's like, so, but if you miss a pass, clock stops.
And also, I assume anytime the ball leaves someone's hands, it's in danger.
Yes, and then that's the other part too is watching the guys. They don't put their hands up to block passes anymore. You know what? I used to lead the D line in block passes because I didn't want to chase. I didn't because if that ball is completed, I have to run. So I used to when I got called what was called SOL, stuck on the line by a couple of guys, I would try to get in the quarterback's path because he's going to try to hit that late crossing guy. So, that was knock the ball down.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. It's funny.
If you're just tuning in, it's Hollis Thomas who's joining us, and he's going to be a part of Delco Day. This is Delco Day 10, Delco Day X, and is going to be at Dolan's on Saturday the 7th, 2 o'clock. He's spinning music, and the entrance it says $6.10, $6.10, which is cool. And the proceeds are going to go to the Headstrong Foundation, which case you know all about.
I know all about the Headstrong. I've known the family, the Calalori family, basically my entire life. So and they're a sponsor of my cycling team as well. So just everything Delco. Hollis, I think the first time we met you, it might have been when we were on the River Thames.
I spoke about that.
That was great.
We were there, and I had noticed that you had your sweat towel with you.
Yes, I have two right now.
All right, so you always have but you have a new thing with you today, which I've never noticed before.
Hollis brought in his own fan.
I have my OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Okay, so the way this went down was, I do with the Eagles alumni. We do. They have us doing appearances and stuff. And one particular one, it was doing the open practice. Now it was out in the front of the headlot right there. Now the sun hits that like nobody's business.
Yeah.
There was some new kids that had not set up the tent. Had on a fresh, brand new Eagle shirt, my Eagle hat and stuff. They were supposed to bring me a fan.
They didn't bring you a fan.
They didn't bring. I literally finished the appearance in a tank top.
Oh, really?
Yes, and that's when I went online on Amazon, and I have three different ones. This is my Phillies fan because it's Philly season. I have two green ones and a red one, and so anytime I do an appearance, everybody knows, I take it into the game. I take it everywhere.
That's hilarious
because everybody else says it's so cold in here. When you start packing 98-degree people in here, it's going to warm up.
Absolutely.
So that's
very practical.
I was watching the Phils game this past weekend, and they were playing in Sacramento, which is the temporary home for the A's, right, in between Oakland and Las Vegas. And the Phillies had really nice weather this past weekend, but apparently it gets to be super hot in Sacramento.
Yes.
So do you have a recollection, Hollis, as to where you played that was the hottest?
Everybody knows the pickle juice game.
The
pickle juice game. I was in that game. It was the funniest thing was Condo during the week. Condo came up. Condo was one of our traders that was with us during the summertime. And Rick Burkholder is like, it's going to be hot as all get out down there. How are we going to function? And so Condo was like, pickle juice. And I was like, and everybody's like, what the hell? So he said he's taking a shot of pickle juice because the sodium level, it balances the body. So I was like, okay. So we have the pickle juice, and we had the best game plan known to man. And go ahead.
Was there anybody on the team that hated pickles and refused to do it? Because there's some people just can't stand pickles.
No, we didn't really have anybody like that.
All right.
And that is a valid question. Because I never thought of that.
Yeah.
I was like, if you didn't like pickles,
what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? But it worked like a charm. I had on long sleeves.
We were drinking it on air to see what it was like. Are you in fact a pickle fan?
Oh yeah, I like pickles.
Right.
It's like my burgers is ketchup, pickles, and mayo.
All right. So let me ask you with your fan, and I sleep with the fan on all year, ceiling fan and the AC.
Yes.
And I like it about 68, 70 degrees.
Bang.
Right. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I hate going over people's house sometimes because they're like, oh man, it's cold in here. I'm gonna turn the AC on. They have it on 70. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a short visit. Real short visit. I did have a quick question for you guys because I hadn't seen you guys in a while. Okay, so with football, I watch a lot of football stuff, and the things that transpire and go on.
Yeah.
What the hell do the Cowboys think? I don't. And it was one quick thing. I love what we did in the draft, And it was one comment I had, and I was going to let you guys comment on it. The comment I had, everybody keeps trying to figure out how Howie's doing what he's doing. And nobody's talking about the way he signed Cam Jurgens before he got to the last year. Yeah. And as a player, when your company appreciates you like that, you go out and play harder. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys let every one of their star players go to the last daggone year of their contract and wonder why they can't win. And when you hold out, that's a year that you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about what's going on? They talk about them being a playoff contender.
So I'll tell you this: my dad, for decades, he passed away, recently, but he in Dallas followed the team. He followed the Eagles, obviously, because of the connection with me. But my stepmother basically died in the wool. Bleeds for the Cowboys. For the first time ever in a conversation with her, I heard her say, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what the hell they're. So I think they're really, they've been eroding at the fan base for a while with bad decisions. But when I hear her say that, I'm like, wow.
Because it was one other thing that I should have added to that. While bringing in the other receiver, you know that they still haven't signed Michael Parsons.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. But go ahead. That's what
Listen, every offseason is, we're going to win the Super Bowl, and same thing with those guys. Mm-hmm. They drafted this year basically. Howie Roseman and the Eagles are in their heads. It's just as simple as that. And every single move it seems like they make because of what the Eagles are doing, right? So they're always on the defensive. And I don't think that's a good way to run an organization. So going into the season, they have the Cowboys as potential playoff, contenders. And that's kind of like it. You know what I mean? And like nobody wants that, you don't want to just make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You want
to do something.
You want to do something in the playoffs.
Because it's like they added extra teams to the playoffs. And
Micah does not want to be on the Cowboys. He wants to be in green.
Yeah, he wants to be in green, but I don't know if I want him though. I don't know. It's like sometimes if you look at it, every time we brought like Chris Bonio, remember that? You remember Chris Bonio?
No.
Yeah, you don't remember Chris Bonio? You're not old enough to remember Chris Bonio, the Cowboys kicker that we brought here. Oh. And we had the chance to beat them in Cowboy Stadium, and he didn't kick the kick. I was part of that game. So
that's funny. Yeah. So all right. So obviously the talk at after the Super Bowl, a young Eagles team, a very promising Eagles team, all of those things in place, and hope always springs eternal. In case he's right, everyone's going to win the Super Bowl, leading into it. But you have a great perspective on all this. What's your feeling on how we're going to go into the new season?
I think this will be better than the last time we went to the Super Bowl, because last time we let some people go that I think we shouldn't have, and we fell in love with some people that we shouldn't have, and we trying to roll it out there and go for broke. And we went and got two guys who had never been offensive defensive coordinators before. I think we're better prepared this year because of the nucleus and because of having Saquon and because of having the receivers, and we actually have a real defensive coordinator now. Yes. We had the cousins of Vic Fangio and his little brother and people who are quote unquote his disciples, but we didn't have the true thing. We have the true thing now, and then hearing him coaching. I had the opportunity to. I love going to they have an alumni rookie barbecue. The guys that they brought in, the younger guys, they're looking to step in. There was some role players that I was wanting to meet because we lost Sweat, we lost Milton. Mm-hmm. And then we lost CJ, but the secondary is so jam-packed right now. It's like everybody's fighting to get on the field, and you have good quality competition at every position, and that makes a good team.
Iron sharpens iron. Is that what they say? Or?
Yeah, iron sharpens iron. Yeah, yes, it does. That's like, but when you look at our team, we primed and poised, and we don't have that. I was like. It's kind of like sometimes you get arrogant. They know what they want to do, and they know what it takes to get there. And it's like I feel like it's gonna be another really good season.
See that parade, that
was luscious.
Yeah. That was unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen. So I was in the crowd. I've never seen people packed so tightly and everyone a smile. I mean, it was unbelievable.
The ultimate though. I was at the game. Man, the ultimate was when Cuba DeJean got that pick. Yeah. That Eagles fans were stood up, and all you heard. I have recordings on my phone to where it sounded like an Eagles home game.
Right?
Yeah, and it was just the icing on the cake, because the whole week walking around, everybody that was in red was talking crap like 3P legacy. I was like, dude, y'all have to play the game first.
Yeah.
I was like, and then people was like, oh, I don't know. I distinctly said that we were going to blow them out of the water.
Yeah.
And that was like the score was not going to be indicative of the butt whooping that we were going to bestow upon them.
Nick and I both of us predicted 17-point victories. They won by 18, which is pretty great.
Yeah.
And
I keep thinking about when I look back on that Super Bowl, I'm still amazed at how much they dominated. Maybe not amazed. Maybe I shouldn't be amazed, but they owned the Chiefs in that game.
But the breakdown was given to us by the Houston Texans. Watch that very first play of the Houston Texans playoff game. What happened? That offensive tackle that was at guard, that's supposed to be at guard, got clearly ran around by Will Anderson. What happened after their first play against us? Sweat ran right around that same guy. You weakened your line by taking your best offensive guard and putting him at tackle.
It was weird that the country was rooting for the Eagles. Right? It was weird, and it was great. But I want the country to hate the Eagles again. And
they still hate. They still hate the fans.
Yeah.
No. They still. If you put it this way. I looked at looking at the NFL Network, it continues to piss me off because they're showing everybody else but the champs.
Uh-huh.
Normally they show the champs. That's the disrespect that I as a player that I would take. I was like, you showing everybody else's stuff. What you call it won the MVP, Josh Allen, and didn't lead in a single category. Uh-huh. I was like, dude, come on, get out of here. I said that's the disrespect. That's what fuels the players.
You were feeling that when you were playing. You were feeling that.
Oh, yeah.
The legislation.
Well.
And so, but you just answered the question I was going to ask. Does that fuel you?
Oh, yeah. It fuels us when you hear all the people talk the crap about you that's outside of the city, and you hear all the chumps and stuff talk, because you want to, when they come to interview, you want to be like, oh, yeah, you want to interview now, huh? Yeah. You want to interview now. Well, remember what you said? Yeah. Oh, I don't remember. I say, I wrote it down. Right here. I got receipts.
Hey, Hollis, outside of football and the color of your fan is for the Phils. We saw you last year at spring training with Philly Sports Trips. And you do stuff with them from time to time, right?
Yes, I still do stuff with Philly Sports Trips. I'm about to get my breakdown of which away games. A lot of the people asked me which away games I was going on. I just came from a Phillies game. It was actually pretty good. We beat them 2-0. We couldn't do the one yesterday though. So
you're in your wheelhouse when you do that. You're the ultimate host. You work the room.
Well, you're fun to hang out with.
Well, thanks, I appreciate that.
It's got to be cool coming up. Fans coming up to you and spending time.
Yes, it's real great because it's like sometimes they don't realize how intense I am when we actually watch the game together. And it's like sometimes they say, "What are you yelling at?" I was like, "You didn't see that on the line?" It's like the guy's going for a pass rush. He's like he clearly should have been thinking run.
So you get loud. You get loud during games?
Especially when I see something stupid.
Okay,
it's like you see somebody doing something. You're like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah,
and I know you've been coached differently.
Would you, the player, have responded well to you, the spectator, calling out if you were?
My mom used to call me out sometimes. So it's like, when your mom is telling you what to do because she's had been watching me for a while and she knew what I was supposed to do. She's like, get them off of you. I was like, yeah, I'm trying.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, listen, Hollis is going to be, like I said, at Dolan's on Saturday the 7th. It is June 7th, so this upcoming 7th. It is... It's Delco Day X, Delco Day 10. It's the 10th one of these events that they're doing. And Hollis is going to be at Dolan's starting at 2 p.m., going by the moniker DJ Cool MF.
It's really supposed to be DJ 78. We were not trying to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
Now, the cool MF is, it means, I'll tell you guys what it means off the air.
All right.
Because you can't have kids running around say that.
But he's going to be spinning music and have a great time. And like I said, it goes to a great cause. It's for the Headstrong Foundation, $6.10. We have, I'm going to give away another $50 gift card.
Oh, nice.
We'll take, pick a number caller, Hollis. What number caller should we take?
Number 7.
All right, number 7. All right, make sure that you call now, 610-660-9333. And per Hollis's suggestion, get the sweet baby blue burger.
All right.
While you're at Dolan's. You're going to fall in love with that. Man, it is great to see you. Thanks,
great to see you guys,
Thanks
too.
for coming by this morning. Appreciate it. Hollis Thomas, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment, and we're going to have Eric D'Alessandro, who's going to be at the Sellersville Theater on the 7th as well in the studio. We'll return in a moment. Stay put.
Steve.
Around with what we described the other week, the Chappelle thing, mud butt, and you can't have that.
It reduces you, but,
Yeah.
but the thing is that you're not alone.
Yeah.
That's the song says.
I thought these were good tips. I thought these are good things you may not consider to check your pockets, maybe the cardboard roll. I mean, these are last measures.
But number one, as you said at the top of
Clothes.
it, don't panic.
Don't panic.
Don't panic.
Relax, and you can get through this. So anyhow, just
John McClane it.
We're saving lives here. That's what we're doing. All right, so we need to take a break. Thank you for listening and for your patience and your resolve to stay with the President Steve Show. $50 Wawa gift card. Take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. Tomorrow is Wawa Hoagie Day. It's part of the Wawa Welcome America celebration.
So exciting.
See, and I will be on Independence Mall tomorrow from noon to 2 at 5th and Chestnut.
Beautiful weather.
And you can come out. The weather's going to be great. Yep. And you get free. It's an 8-ton hoagie. Free to the public. Come and get your lunch and join us for that event. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We will get the CEO of Wawa, Mr. Chris Geison's on in just a little bit. Returning shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Anyway, enough about me. We need to talk about you. We're diving into the city beat, folks. Yep. I got some stories that have to do with things in and around or affect our area.
Scoobily wow wow. Yeah. He's the meat behind the street.
And I got this particular story because sometimes I have some outside contributors. Kathy Romano sent this to me.
So she's a correspondent.
This is from NJ.com, and they have their list of the
New Jersey, right?
That would stand for New Jersey. And stands for New Jersey. All 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best for summer 2022. Now we're not going to go through all 44.
Okay, just do the 43.
No, we're gonna go through the ones where most of our area head to.
Like right, not up by the city.
Yeah, there's going to be southern New Jersey.
Yeah.
So
I will say though, like I went through the whole list. I didn't realize there are some beaches out there I had never heard of that are very popular for people in our area.
Yeah.
So obviously, the migration to the shore is a huge thing. It's been that so for decades and decades and decades. But it's funny what you just said, Kathy, because there are people who, like, I didn't know some of the taking a look at the map. Some of the beaches that are popular were shore towns that people go to. I had no idea existed.
Right. So there was one, and it's on the list, and I'm sure you'll get to it, Preston. But Ortley Beach, and it is not like what we consider the shore. And I actually recently had a conversation with a few different people who couldn't believe that I had not heard of it, and said it's very popular. And it's
I never heard of Ortley.
Yeah, it's listed as one of the better beaches to go to.
What part of Jersey is that in?
Case, it's like I think it's considered maybe like Tom's River.
Okay.
But from where I live, the people that I was talking to, they said it's the same distance, same amount of time for them to go there as it would be to go, to Avalon or Stone Harbor.
I have no, listen, it's not even July yet, right? So usually you kind of have to wait until after like school is officially out. But I feel like I wonder if this economy is having some issues. No. If it's causing issues. I feel like the beach has not been overly crowded, and I wonder if gas prices or any of those things is wreaking havoc and causing issues with.
Doesn't
people.
help, for sure.
Yeah,
So.
I don't know if you've noticed, Press. If have you noticed it being a little bit quieter down there?
A smidge, maybe, but not like really noticeable. But
you do a lot of skeet shooting off your roof, so you wouldn't really even notice.
Yeah. I scare them away, basically.
They just run away. So give us a teasers.
First, let me give you the what they judged the criteria on. So it says we judge only oceanfront beaches, no bay, lake, or riverfront on beach quality, cleanliness, crowd type and size, parking availability, and surrounding food, drink, and recreation.
Well, with other beaches,
they said we went to one beach per town. For example, Ortley Beach.
Ortley
was the representative for Tom's River, Kathy.
Yeah.
And Island Beach State Park checks in for Berkeley Township. So I kind of stayed a little bit Atlantic City, like Margate and South.
The ones when you think of
or not Margate, but Brigantine and South is kind of what I'm
kind of a novice to this. Occasionally my wife will go down for a little bit. I'm not a shore guy. But I'm every time I go down, I have a good time. So I might be moving in that way. But I always think of it, Preston, from Atlantic City south is the main concentration.
From
At least
here, because you
people
just
from
take
here.
the AC Expressway straight out,
Right?
And
Which is funny because my girlfriend used to live in Northeast Philly, and there's a town, and I'm curious as to whether or not it shows up on the list or not, Preston. But if you take 195 due east, it goes straight across the street instead of like the AC Expressway, which goes south and east. And there's a town called Spring Lake, which is one of the nicest towns I've ever been to. I had never heard of it growing up.
Spring Lake?
Well, it's Steve. It's
I never heard of it.
It's gorgeous. It's near Point Pleasant. It's a little north of Point Pleasant. But I'd never gone to it growing up. And yeah, Kathy, like for me growing up, it was Atlantic City and South. That was the Jersey Shore.
So she grew up in Northeast Philly. I grew up in Bucks County. So we most of the time went to what we consider the shore, but we did go up that way to some of the beach towns up there. Spring Lake is actually not listed. It's not listed well on this list.
No kidding.
Well, because they said even
It's the poor man's Ortley.
Well, no, they said it's beautiful and the homes are beautiful, but like it's there's not much else to do. You have to drive into the town. Like you can't, if you're going to go to the beach, there's nowhere really to go get something to eat or anything like that.
That's what they took into consideration on this list.
Stuff to do.
It's stuff to do. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
We when we were poking around there, as far north as we went was Seaside Heights. We actually went up there and looked and kind of worked our way down.
And that's where Jersey Shore was shot.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go through a few highlights on this list.
I don't want to hear this list.
Number 40 is Atlantic City. Obviously, there's probably
Are there things to do there?
There are some things to do there. It says amazing, and I'm going to read you the description from NJ.com. Amazing Bruce Springsteen song and terrific boardwalk.
That's right.
The ability to gamble feet away from the ocean is pretty incredible, but the beach itself is lackluster at best.
Do you agree with that?
Not the cleanest by any stretch, and the sand isn't exactly soft, and even that vaunted boardwalk is starting to feel downtrodden, just like the rest of the city. So that's their assessment.
Preston, does Brigantine get folded into Atlantic City?
No, it's its own thing. Yeah. All right, then you have number 39, Wildwood. It says you can't do much better than Wildwood's Boardwalk. They don't have a roller coaster. They basically have a theme park and a water park and go-karts and enough boardwalk food to make you sick. But you can't do much worse than their beach. It's so long and flat that walking to the water is exhausting. They literally have sand taxis. It says cute, but a sign that your beach is way too wide. It is huge. All up and down the Wildwoods, except North Wildwood is tiny.
They do also have like planks to walk on, so you're not walking in straight up sand.
But anyone, like the first time I got out there years ago, I remember thinking, everyone thinks, you cannot help but go, Jesus Christ, this is a very wide beach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've come to love it.
All right, then you have
It loves you.
Margate City.
Okay.
It says finding parking is tricky at Margate. This is number 35 on the list. I'm going to work our way down. I'm just skipping around to highlights.
Yeah.
And for once, so is finding Lucy the elephant too. The 6-story, 140-year-old wooden South Jersey icon is currently undergoing renovations. But you know what is open? The Margate Dairy Bar, home of some of the best ice cream and burgers you'll find on the shore. The beach itself is fine but unremarkable, they say.
Okay.
Number 31 is Strathmere.
I love Strathmere.
Yeah,
too.
it's great.
One of the few free beaches in the Garden State. Strathmere's sand isn't exactly pristine, but there's a ton of parking available, and the Twisties is a terrific dive bar nearby.
Twisties is what
I've been by there.
Described as like it's like stuck. It's like back in time.
Oh, it's okay.
But they don't need to do anything because it's the only place to go there, and people flock to it. And it's actually great. It's right on the bay. Like you sit there, you're looking at the bay. It gets really crowded because it's the only place to go, between Ocean City and Sea Isle.
Is it the same place as the Deauville, or is it next to the Deauville?
No, that's not it. It's further. It's like the middle of Strathmere.
So a quick question. So is this where if you don't have a place down there?
No, there's houses there. It's just not
I'm
as
saying
many.
for people who are just going to go and take a day trip. Is this?
Oh, I got you.
Is this a likely beach?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, I think so because isn't it free there? Isn't it? Yeah,
it is.
You don't need the beach tags, and it's sort of a nice midpoint between Ocean City and Sea Isle. Sea Isle is a little younger. Sea Isle kind of skews towards, especially like the party scene, like 20-year-olds, and that generation, and Ocean City's much more family.
I guess it depends on what you want because there's really not a whole lot to do there.
Yeah,
I like the Dover.
If you just want beach, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
What about marlin fishing?
All right, I don't know.
Well, there was a time where Casey and Kathy and I went to the Deauville. We took a limo down there.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Don't bring that up.
To go, and it was a disaster.
It was fun.
It was fun.
I don't know what you mean by disaster.
Was it an appearance?
Wait,
It was
Casey,
an appearance.
Is that where you got out and walked home from the Blue Route?
Yes.
That was on the way
because-
back, yeah.
On the way back, because I was very, very aware of the fact that there was major construction going on north of Westchester Pike. I had recommended getting off and going to Route 1 because we were supposed to stay at this hotel across the street over here. And you, Kathy, was like, no, it's faster to go this. I was like, there is. And then sure enough, that we got we got dead stop right after Route 3, Westchester Pike. And I said, you know what? I'm going to get out. I'm going to walk. And I walked a mile to Westchester Pike and then all the way. And I still beat you guys home.
He did. He beat us home.
So do you admit you made a poor decision?
Oh, God. I think we all made a lot of poor decisions
dude.
that
We were
evening.
drawing. You know, I have to apologize. You were trying to sleep. I drew on your face. And, sorry.
He's got 32 more beaches.
I got to go. All right, so Strathmore's number one.
Santa's got to go.
These are highlights. Santa's got to go. Please allow me.
Santa's got to go.
All right,
I need you to stop talking.
and talk about beaches.
Number 30 is Seaside Heights, and that's the Jersey Shore.
Right.
And it says, it says Snooki warned you not to fall in love with the Jersey Shore. You won't fall in love with this beach either. It's not the cleanest or the nicest, but it'll get the job done. The boardwalk, though, absolutely incredible. It says we will accept no haters. Do yourself a favor and have a slice at Marica's and a cheesesteak at Midway.
Is Seaside like Wildwood?
Yeah, I think
the boardwalk. Okay.
Number 28 is Brigantine. It says it's remarkable how close this beach is to Atlantic City while somehow feeling many miles away. It is refreshingly mellow here, a far cry from the beach a few miles south. The juxtaposition of natural beauty surrounding with the beach of the AC skyline is jarring, but a lot of fun. Decent parking gives you a kind of long walk to the beach, but it is a pretty walk to a pretty beach.
I like Brigantine. The times I've been there.
And the only knock I've heard on Brigantine are the people who live there, like full year, like all year long, that they don't like
outsiders.
And then they will chase you out with lit torches.
No, but like our friend Tim, who has a place there, he will lie. If somebody asks him if he lives there, he'll be like, "Yeah, I do," because otherwise,
really, man, that sucks.
Number 27 on this list is Wildwood Crest. It says, speaking of long walks on the beach or on the beach for that matter, Wildwood Crest is filled with hotels and families vacationing in them, which makes accessing the very wide beaches hard and getting parking even harder. The beach is cleaner than Wildwood, and the vibe is way more chill. And if you're looking for a true desert to spend a full day planted in the sand, this is a solid spot, and it is free. The beaches are free there. But there's a whole lot less to do as well. It says it's funny because Casey and I were at Mudhead, this brew pub in Wildwood, and we were talking to a guy who was local who came out and saw, I was playing with the band Five Times Famous, and he was talking to us. He's like, dude, every time you guys mention Wildwood Crest, we're like, stop it. Don't let the secret out about how great this place is.
It really is a wonderful place.
All right. Then number 21 is North Wildwood. Cleaner and more relaxing. It's boisterous brother to the south. North Wildwood is perfect if you want to spend a little time at Wildwood's vaunted boardwalk, but beach time is more important to you. The parking is surprisingly good as well. The streets are pretty wide.
Are they?
In North Wildwood,
streets are wide. The problem there is that the beaches erode every single year.
They do.
And every year they have to like dredge and I mean it's pretty wild. And so you you wonder why Wildwood and Wildwood Crest beaches are so big. I think it's because the beaches at North Wildwood are
depositing onto them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so these are the top 44.
The top 44?
No,
beaches.
these are all 44 beaches in New Jersey.
Sorry, yeah, all 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best.
Right.
And this is NJ.com. We're not going through all of them, just some highlights. So
Just our beaches.
number 19 is Stone Harbor. And listen to this description. Taylor Swift fans know this beach all too well. The singer-songwriter spent her childhood here And who can blame her? It says the beach is gorgeous. You won't find a much better beach in your wildest dreams. The sand is great, though you'll want to shake it off before you go home.
I get it. All those are Taylor Swift songs.
And don't forget to leave a blank space in your stomach for ice cream from Springer's, another T Swift favorite.
I love Springer's.
And if you didn't get any very much, Marissa, our next guest is going to be performing June 7th at the Sellersville Theater. I just went there for the first time. I can't believe it's taken me that long to go there, but it's a wonderful room. And he's going to do great. Please welcome Eric D'Alessandro.
Wow, beautiful.
To our studio this morning. Nice to see you, man. Thanks for being here.
Thank you guys so much. What's going on?
You drove down from Staten Island, I hear?
did. I didn't realize Philly had so much traffic.
Oh, come on now. Listen,
I didn't really-
a long time on this show, so being from New York, being from the area, I love the people of Staten Island, but 278, God damn, that's a nightmare. It's that, and that's Main through Staten Island, the Verrazano, and then you get on, for me, it would be the Bell Parkway, which was hell on earth.
yeah, I
So
know.
when people complain about, like, rightfully so, the Schuylkill here, the 76, but you don't know what it's like. I have PTSD from years of traveling that nightmare. So
That's what I'm saying. I was expecting to just fly through any other place, and I'm like, what the hell is this? There's like,
so you've been so beaten that you were expected better. Yeah,
exactly. I lived in LA for 3 years, and people would always talk about the LA traffic. I'm like, this must be from people who are from Ohio. This is nothing compared to the Bell Parkway. Right. You're saying, like, so.
Although, you know what, listen, I drove across country a couple of different times, and it was wild to be in other urban areas. Like, I was in St. Louis.
I was just there,
at rush hour, and I was like, this is nothing, right?
Nothing.
And then, so I got to L.A. because I was reporting live on the show. We get to L.A., believe we stayed in Palm Springs, so we left Palm Springs at like 3 in the morning to get to L.A., okay? So we're in L.A. like 5 in the morning, and it was bumper to bumper traffic.
Yeah.
I was like, why are there this many people on the road at 5 o'clock in the morning? I couldn't believe
it. This notion of I'll leave at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll leave at 3. It holds no water anymore.
Our roads aren't made for this many people. I don't think, right?
No.
I think that's the thing.
No.
But, I mean, I'm sorry. I brought up the most boring conversation.
No,
but it's true.
So how about that traffic, huh?
It is universal, though.
It
man.
is.
Hey, I have a general question about Staten Island because I think most people that don't know New York very well.
I am the expert in all things.
Well,
Staten Island. No, I am, truthfully.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to bring it up because, like, if you're a tourist, if you grow up in Philly, you go to Queens, you go to Brooklyn. Obviously, you're going to spend some time in Manhattan. I don't think, for the most part, people go to Staten Island as tourists.
Of course not. No.
Okay.
Do they go to Queens? What do they do in Queens?
Well, maybe go to like a Mets game or something like that. Go say, like Brooklyn has become a little bit more affluent. It's become a little more touristy, right?
For sure, I know.
Does anyone from the outside come into Staten Island?
No. But they were gonna put. We were supposed to have a Ferris wheel that was supposed to be put. I swear to God.
That was the big draw.
It was gonna be the world's tallest Ferris wheel.
Okay.
And then I think the mafia got involved, and it went nowhere. But we have like the Godfather house you could look at.
Okay.
That's
Eric, you will verify this. If you
that's what we
really,
have.
you would say Sheepshead Bay used to, those areas would be mafia. Staten Island is mafia families. A lot of mafia families, correct?
I think it's more hidden now.
More hidden now because
Yeah.
it used to be. It used to be crazy. There's the whole thing, and you're right. The Godfather house and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's where you know what? My grandmother, many years past, but we used to go a family and living in Staten Island, so it was great. And I get my old butterscotch candies that she'd give me and all that crap. But I had wonderful feelings. But again, the one thing every time I've gone there or visited friends there, the guy across the street, he's made, and I'm like, holy hell!
Yeah, I mean, I think back then, I don't really. I mean, again, they've cracked down on a lot of it. A lot of it's wannabes. Let's be
posers?
real here. Oh yeah, for sure. You know who I am? No one does. But yeah, I don't know. That was kind of gone by the time I was raised. there.
I liked right after you said the Godfather house because you went, well, you go to the Godfather house.
I mean, it's a suburb. What do you want to? They've tried to make the St. George area where the ferry drops you off.
Yeah,
that's where they tried to make it touristy. They put like an outlet there, but it's like if the tourists aren't going here and the locals aren't going here, it's just like There's a great Shake Shack over there, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know anything about Staten Island. I've never been there. Nick has just pulled up a map of it that I'm looking at, and the thing that pops out to me first thing is a place called Great Kills Park.
Yeah.
Great Kills Beach.
A lot of kills happening.
I would imagine.
You know, there's Fresh Kills if you travel south.
Seriously,
Yeah,
Fresh Kills.
Fresh Kills. And Fresh Kills is basically quasi-reclaimed dumps. So that you'll go into like a strip mall there and you'll get the most putrid. Now, they're all used to it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So there's like landfill, Preston. Landfill after landfill after landfill in Fresh Kills.
Well, they closed in 96.
Okay.
Temporarily opened again for the debris from 9/11. But they're all covered. It's supposed to be, it's like a 30-year project to become parkland, but you can't go near it for years because they're doing this like complicated system where like there's pipes underneath.
Does that freak you out? Because what that means
I don't live anywhere near
that. Because those pipes are releasing methane that's naturally forming.
Of course. Yeah.
So the whole thing doesn't explode.
Yeah, but I don't know how interesting this is, but like across the way there's this one town in Jersey that it's a really high, around this one area, it's a really, really high percentage of like brain cancer.
Yes. Whoa.
You would think that was on Staten Island, but it's not. So they've contained it somewhat. I mean, maybe in 20 years we'll find out that we're all, but
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't even graduate community college, so I have no idea.
Join the club. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I did want to ask about a little bit about your comedy beginnings because you started to find some early success on YouTube. And that's where you kind of started to come out of that world.
YouTube was always this was a long time ago, but yeah, a lot of local following there. But I was able to exploit Instagram really well.
Okay,
in like 2018, that really changed things for me, where I was able to.
What were you doing in the early days of Instagram? As far were you just showing you doing stand up at clubs or small clips or what was it?
So my first open mic was in 2014, and I was kind of. I mean, I have a really bizarre, strange, bumpy road story, but like sketch comedy. I was doing a lot of sketch comedy, and then I started to do stand up. And then I realized when I moved to LA, it's like you're never gonna get these open mics. They're just like the ones at the Comedy Store. It's all politics. It's all who you know. It's playing the game. And I was like, I don't have time for this. This is gonna take me a decade. I have to pay my rent.
Yeah, you got to work.
So I realized, like, what if I took the material I was doing on stage and just did it on Instagram and kind of hacked the system a little bit to like get a following quicker.
It worked.
And it worked very well, thank God.
I mean, you have characters that also being from that area, they all resonate with me.
Yeah, 100%.
So they resonate. But it's funny because I think what happens is we all tend to think whatever our ethnic background is, it's just us. There's a lot of commonality.
Oh my God.
Can relate to,
Oh my God. Yeah. That was really cool for me when I traveled to places, when I started to get known other places like Chicago, Detroit, even like in Texas and stuff. And I would get Asian families, Jewish families, Muslim families. They would all be like, oh, that's my dad. That's my mom. It's all this. We're all the same. It's all pressure from your family to do a certain thing and get married by a certain age. It's like, we're not that different. You know, people always say like, being Italians, family, food, and like love. It's like, what culture isn't that? Right. It's kind of like, so, that's kind of.
Did the character stuff that you do come out of the sketch comedy? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first thing I did when I was 19, I did this video poking fun of like the Italian-American girls Sweet 16. And that kind of exploded around like the Jersey, New York area. And then people remembered me from that, and I kind of just like took them down these other paths where I rap for fun, I make music, I do different. I mean, I'm kind of like I'm all over the place. That's why I'm like,
You did a Drake video that took off.
Yeah. That was really cool. I closed my special with that. I was touring that forever. That was so much fun to do. It kind of killed me to like. I don't really do it anymore because it's in my special, but. Yeah. I made him as a flight attendant because I noticed this is before everybody was clowning on him with the Kendrick Lamar stuff. Like before, people like to act like he wasn't a gigantic presence in pop culture, and everybody loved Drake. And I would always notice that like he could get away with rapping really cheesy stuff, and no one knows what they're saying at the safety speech anyway.
Right.
We all just sit there and like as if this isn't important information we need to know. So I'd always I made a beat that and he would rap the instructions, and that's
and it took off. So yeah, did he ever become aware of that?
I don't know if he did.
I mean, because it was all over the place. It's funny how these things are like moments in time, but I think by natural attrition, you would assume that somebody would say, you got to see this.
I got word from someone that was someone's close to him saying that I don't know. I don't know. He could have. Nowadays, too, it's people, you're getting flooded all of the time that maybe he did and then just kept scrolling to something else. I have no idea, but.
I wanted to bring up you did a real smooth move. You proposed on stage, correct?
I did, yes.
Yeah. So how much preparation was in it? How many times were you prepared to abort? What was all that like? Because that's a bold move.
Dude, I thought of that a week before the show.
Really?
I swear to God. I had no plan. And then I got the ring from Toronto, Canada, this jeweler in Toronto. He FedExed the ring. I got it the morning of the show.
Wow.
It FedExed, my wife was getting her hair done, and it came in that window that she wasn't with me.
Wow.
And I signed for it, and it was the craziest. I called her dad and was like, you have to come to the show tonight. It wasn't planned at all. And my wife had no, I hate when everybody my age, they'll put this Instagram post, they're oh my God, I had no idea. The girl knew. Yeah. She told him how to do it. Yeah. I hate that so much. I like authenticity. So my wife had absolutely zero idea. No one in my family knew. My friends didn't know.
The bar's set so high by social media, though, that you got to have, lipids on stallions, and you got,
oh yeah,
it's all this crap. When I proposed to my wife, I had everything set, the flowers and everything. I came back to the apartment. She was having a migraine, but we still did it. But it's most people will never experience that Bachelor Nation kind of.
Dude, it is so over. Everything's over. We are cosplaying the past.
Yeah.
Everything's done, and we are performing a life that no longer is around. I was just saying on stage the other night, I was messing around with this idea of and some people were with it, some people weren't, but it's we've destroyed bachelor parties.
Yeah.
Bachelor parties used to be, I don't know, get a six-pack, go to someone's garage, get a stripper. Throw up in the back of a Chili's, right? Yeah. Now my friend wants me to go to Scottsdale, Arizona. I have to wake up at 2 a.m. where we can go on some excursion. I have to be scuba certified. What the hell are we doing? This is not a bachelor party. What the hell? My friend wanted to go to Vegas to go to WrestleMania. Not even hookers and cocaine Vegas. WrestleMania Vegas. You're kidding me, right? This is not a bachelor weekend. This is losers at Comic-Con.
You're spending $10,000,
My wife's you better behave in Vegas. I'm I don't know if there's going to be many girls wanting to meet the original Doink the Clown. I think we're good. I think we're okay.
All right, so Eric, speaking of things being over, and I hate to bring up a sore subject, but your New York Knicks are down 3-1.
Oh, that's
against the Pacers. And Casey and I were talking about this last week. I have a love-hate relationship with the Knicks. I think when the Knicks do well, it's good for the league. I love to hate on New York teams, but there's half the guys on that team played at Villanova. Jalen Brunson's undeniably great, and Michael Bridges had a great season, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But it's really fun to hate on New York fans. And when you guys advanced to the conference finals, you celebrated like you had just won the NBA championship.
Don't say you. I wasn't there. I'm not one of these guys who says we.
Yeah.
I don't believe I belong on the team.
All right.
I said goodbye to that relationship with sports in 2006 when the Mets. I was depressed for a month when Carlos Beltran watched Strike 3 against the Cardinals. It was the worst time of my life. So I made a promise to myself, don't ever get that attached to sport. I can't handle it. My anxiety, I can't handle it. The Knicks, you got to realize, man, I'm 35. I've never seen them. I was 10 when they were in the finals. I don't really remember. And I was more of a New Jersey Nets guy only because I couldn't afford Knicks tickets. My parents, for Christmas, we'd get Nets tickets.
For cheaper tickets.
Yeah, 100%. We couldn't afford them. So I love the Knicks, but it was kind of this thing that was far away. And then I've been trying so hard to not let myself be too emotionally attached. I've been enjoying it. We all kind of wish that it would have just been over. Game 1, it was that was one of those times I couldn't sleep. And I was like, I can't get this attached again, man. I can't. Because I knew this was going to happen. I knew that I was going to get excited and it was just going to get the rug pulled from under me. But
it shouldn't have been. But I'm telling you, when I saw them celebrating in the streets after just advancing to the conference finals, I was rooting for the Pacers so bad. I'm like, these insufferable people cannot
how are they insufferable? We have nothing.
Well, exactly. And then, but you acted, not you, they acted like they won. Like
they're pulling Chalamet out of the car.
Right.
Okay, well, for all the Knicks fans who had to go through the Raymond Felton years and the Chauncey Billups and having Penny Hardaway, like, it is exciting to have a team that is making the playoffs. That is like a huge deal, especially because New York, we love basketball so much. We'll see, man. It's one of those things where you could. I feel they shouldn't. Game 1, if they would have won, would we be 2-2? I don't know.
Listen, man, you're
the soul-sucking part of sports.
It's the worst. And this is why I try to keep my distance.
Right.
That's why I'm just like, whatever.
This is the mirror image of us as Sixers fans just a few years ago. The Kawhi Leonard triple, quadruple doink to end our series.
By the way, tickets were going for $20 recently.
The series against the Hawks, the series against the Knicks, the series against the Celtics, like all these. It was our year. We were, and now we didn't make the playoffs this year. And so I was exactly where you are right now. A couple of years ago, I have a video footage of the Sixers ended up winning the game. And my family is in the room, and they're filming them winning the game, and then they pan to the window, and I'm standing outside because I couldn't be in the room watching the end of the game.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm like, why? Why do I do this to myself?
I know.
They don't give a crap about who I am as a human being.
I think that's something that sports fans, it's kind of like the weird thing where like you don't want to admit that it's the truth, but like I think we said goodbye to like the good old days when it started to become like the Juan Soto contracts of the world, where it's like we're so far removed from like root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. It's like if they don't win, it's a shame. If they don't win, this is a tragedy. This guy just made $400,000 today. Like it's we're so far removed from like I have to keep my distance because like we're paying for that.
But it still gets you though, doesn't it? I mean, it's like your Pacino being pulled back in.
And my brother-in-law, we say that all the time. Like he's the biggest sports guy, and he's a diehard Jets fan. I don't know how he lives, but I swear, man, and like and to us too, it's like I remember being a kid at the Mets games. I was just talking to him the other day about it. Like they used to have these deals at Shea Stadium where like you'd bring a Pepsi can on like Wednesdays, you get like a free and I'm like, they were like giving away tickets. So the fact that like they're even contending for a World Series run is just like kind of unfathomable. So like they're good, they're above 500, they're so like that's.
Wait, Casey, real quick, I'm sorry, Nick, if you're just tuning in, just to bring people up to speed, Eric Sandro's here, and he's going to be at Sellersville Theater Saturday, June 7th. You can get tickets at st94.com if you want to go see him. Great place, by the way.
Casey and I are the same age, and in 1993, the Phillies went to the World Series, and they lost to the Toronto Blue Jays. But growing up and go to those games, you could go to Veterans Stadium, you could get 700 level tickets, GA, for $4. And then, Eric, you could use that ticket stub to get you into the fantasy show bar across the river for $1. So for $5, you had a great night out, And they're like talking about the good old days, man. For me, like growing, it didn't matter if the Phillies were bad or good. That was a fun night out
because it wasn't a mortgage payment.
Exactly.
Yeah. Another thing is we have to acknowledge that corporations have bought sports. It's no longer, Shea Stadium. It's Citi Field. Yeah. We have been. I mean, and look, I'm not some anti-capitalist, but I feel like there is a limit.
Is it disconnect?
It like I said, we're literally paying for Juan Soto's contract. So when I go there and I have to pay $50 for parking, and then me and my wife, and now I have a baby, like we want to go to a game, it's gonna be. It's a few $100 easy.
Oh, yeah.
And we have to start acknowledging that, like, if they don't perform, we should, like, stop watching. I'm not one of these people who I used to be.
Yeah.
Where it was like, no matter what, support your team. But now it's like, since that line in the sand has been drawn, where it's like, you know what? I'm going to stop watching unless you win. I
Right.
feel like we have to be that way.
Give me a reason to watch.
Because you're spending so much money.
Yeah. Imagine spending $300-$400 of money that you don't necessarily have to spend.
Of course.
And then they lose.
Yeah. I know, dude. I can't. We need more sports fans to say this.
That's why you got to go to concerts, right? Because you never lose at the concert.
100%. Great point.
I mean, you might have an off night. They may not sound quite the way you wanted to, but you're going to get your show.
Yeah, or at least like, they won't be. There's not going to be a guy who his drum set's just not there. That's not going to happen at a concert.
It dawned on me years ago. I took my family to Phil's. We're in the playoffs, and I know it's a playoff game, but it was the first division playoff. And after parking, tickets, food, a couple of cocktails, whatever. I mean, it was over $500, and it was that was over 10 years ago.
Easy, man.
And I was like, oh my!
At least the Phillies are always pretty. They've been pretty good consistently for 20 years. Yeah. That's at least something. Where New York, we have these like peaks and valleys of nothing. That's why they're going so crazy in the streets because we haven't had a Knicks team that was a legit
even
team.
a contender. Yeah.
Well, and you raised the point. It was the pastime for the working man and woman and families, and you could go. All right, maybe I'm not going off to see WrestleMania in Vegas, but I can do this, And you're right. It's lost a lot of that, which made it it was more communal. Is it Green Bay where?
They own the team.
They own the team.
Yeah, the fans own the team.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah. And I think that the more sports fans need to have this attitude about, like, we still apply the mentality of the 60s, but the sport isn't the 60s. So, like, they want us to behave like that, but they're not going to behave like that.
It's true.
So I feel like it's a very messed up conspiracy thing happening.
Eric, do you mind if I do something real quick? I want to switch gears for just a moment.
Yeah, sure.
And we're going to come back to talking with you, but we've had somebody who's been on hold for a while. For the past several years, we do this thing around this time of year, and it's called the Coolest Teacher of the Year contest. And for a couple of weeks, we randomly draw high schools out of this jar. We have all the names in there. And then we put the word out to, the students from this school, we want you to text in and vote who was the coolest teacher of the year. Oh, it's a little nod to the people that are, trying to shape our kids' futures.
Hell yeah.
And so normally they call us early in the morning when we choose a winner. But we have one that's on the line now. So we're just going to say hi real quick if you don't mind. And then we'll ask you about your school experience.
That's okay.
So, but we had chosen Haddon Township High School. And our coolest teacher is actually a counselor from the school. And we would like to welcome Morgan McDonald to the program this morning. Hey, Morgan, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
How long have you been at Haddon Township High School?
So this is actually my 4th year here.
Oh, wow. Not that long.
Yeah.
So some of the people that we have that win this have been there for, 10 plus years. And but you've obviously made a connection with the kids in a fairly short amount of time.
Yeah, I like to think that.
Nice. You're also the first. Are you classically what we would call a guidance counselor? Is that your job?
Yeah, so I'm a substance abuse counselor. So I focus more on like mental health counseling and things like that, whereas our other counselors focus on more academic.
Wow. Gotcha. Well, that's really cool. So do you handle all grades?
So I handle the high school, the entire high school. But if needed, I can go down to the middle school or elementary if they need me.
I would imagine that. Listen, to get this, you have to be someone who's easily approachable. You have to have a good outlook. Why do you think the students responded this way and gave you this accolade?
Well, I think that I like to think of myself as a very largely involved in the school community. So I think one of the things that my kids probably like the most about me is I actually get to bring in my dog Archie, who is a therapy dog here. So I think that kind of gives me a little street cred with the kids and makes me seem a little bit cooler. But I'm also involved. I direct some of the fall plays and musicals and stuff within our school. So I also am in that field as well.
All right. What was your musical this year?
So we did at the high school. We did Urinetown this year.
Urinetown.
Urinetown.
That's
it's all about pee.
Yes, sure is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Wow. So how long have you been in teaching altogether? in your career?
So this will be the end of my 5th year. I was originally in a different field, and I switched over into this field.
She was a urologist.
And how satisfying has it been for you these past 5 years?
Oh my gosh, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, just seeing like the impact that you can really have on a kid from just like a quick 5-minute conversation and just meeting them at their level is just the most rewarding thing you could ask for. I mean, I can't imagine a more direct way to see how you can impact lives.
Here's one of the things that I always find interesting about teachers is especially good ones that connect with kids. You forge these relationships, you help shape these kids' lives, and then they leave, and then they're gone. And every year you have to say goodbye to people, and that's got to be a tough part of the job.
Yeah, it is very difficult,
Yeah.
especially with the kids that are graduating this year. Since it's my 4th year, it's also their 4th year, so it's kind of my first class to fully go through them. So it's extra hard this year.
It's also the year of your legendary win, this contest.
Yes,
That's right.
exactly.
Yeah. So, well, this is going to help you out then. All right. So we are going to say, and this is from the kids, mind you, we're going to give you the coveted Preston and Steve Coolest Teacher of the Year coffee mug to lord over your other teachers.
And lord it.
Fellow workers, please do.
Liberally.
And
I will.
our sponsor, Duncan, is going to give you a $50 gift card as well. But it's more about the honor than the actual prizes. And so, therefore, from your students, we present this to you, Morgan.
Thank you, and I truly am very, very honored.
Excellent. All right. Congratulations. Have a great summer. All right, Morgan?
Thank you, you guys.
All right, we'll see you. Morgan McDonald.
Very sweet.
And she is from Haddon Township High School. The next one up is the Arts Academy at Benjamin Rush in Philadelphia. So text the word teacher to 610-660-9333, and we will send you the voting link. And tomorrow morning, we'll find out who the coolest teacher is. If you are just tuning in, Eric D'Alessandro is joining us. He's going to be at Sellersville Theater Saturday, June 7th. The show's at 6 p.m. You can go to st94.com to get tickets. Yeah, what was your high school experience like?
I went to an all-boys Catholic high school.
Oh.
So just a lot of drawings of penises everywhere.
Well, you're a father, right?
I am a father, yes.
You're thinking about schooling and so on and so forth. Any
boy.
plans?
How old's your
He's
children?
9 months old.
Okay. You're fresh.
Yeah, I just think by the time he's of school age, AI will have already taken over the planet. So I don't know what the hell he's going to.
You won't have to worry. He'll be serving his technological overlord.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll all just be in some sort of digital prison or something. I don't know. So that's what's keeping me up at night.
Listen,
currently.
my son is about to graduate from an all-boys Catholic high school on Sunday. I listen. I'm not him, but as an observer, a close observer, I think it's been a nothing but positive experience. Single-sex education. I think it eliminates a lot of distractions. There's a brotherhood that I think doesn't exist when you have co-ed schools.
Yeah, those dirty women. Those harlots.
It's not like girls don't exist.
Dirty pillows.
It's not like girls don't exist in their world. It's just
both would hold true for an old female.
My daughters go to all girls Catholic school.
There's less of a distraction, I think, right?
I think. Well, so I've seen a lot of my friends really, think of it that way. They love it. It is a brotherhood. For me, I don't know if I'm too much of a slut. I felt nothing by not having girls there.
Okay.
It felt like the same day. I like showing off in front of girls. I like doing my hair for girls. I was just like, I made a horrible mistake. And I loved it. I loved my friends from there.
Yeah.
But I think as a teenage boy who needs you need that, I don't know, ammo,
In my Algebra 2 class, every day.
Here we go.
Dana Stone would stretch like this.
Oh, yeah.
And my buddy would, and we'd be like, dude, she's doing it again. She's doing it again. It was,
See?
I appreciate it.
This is how many years ago when you're still talking about it.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you, algebra, for me, this was literally this young lady's name. Joanne Laidlord.
Laidlord?
Oh, man.
Yeah, and
Joanne.
But I mean, of course that does speak to the distraction aspect of it as well.
I'm not going to mention names because I went to high school in this area, and I went to a Catholic high school in this area, and walking up the steps girls didn't wear shorts under their kilts. Like, it was awesome. I can name you names. Like, she definitely didn't wear shorts. Like, oh, man.
So I feel like what you said is like, oh, there's no distractions. They can do better in school. I didn't have distractions, and I still didn't do great in school. It was just like no one benefited from this.
At a certain point, you should be able to assess and say, okay, let's just go to the regular school.
I tried. I said to my mom, but she knew me as too much of a flip-flopper. She was like, you're going to say this now, then you'll regret it when you get to the new school. But I genuinely meant it. And then,
your mom and dad supported you all throughout the career and everything?
Oh, yeah, to a fault.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, my dad is a retired cop, so he's everything you're imagining he could be from
Staten
Brooklyn.
Island cop?
Brooklyn.
Okay.
He's from Brooklyn.
Did he ever end up responding to a call that you were involved in?
No, but he told me to stay away from this park, and then I got a summons one day, and he lost his mind, and he threatened to kill me. So that was fun, but.
It is great when you warn them about something
and they do the exact same thing.
Yeah. Listen, my son got in trouble. They were on a rugby trip, and he was like, "Hey, we're bringing fart spray, right?" And it's just he's a sophomore in high school, right?
Hell yeah.
I'm like, I go, okay, listen. I go, whatever you do, don't spray the fart spray. Your friend's bringing it.
Come
I go,
on, man.
Don't spray the fart spray. I said because adults don't find fart spray funny. Kids do. And like
it's not exactly true.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know.
I don't know. If you're like at a hotel and you get into an elevator and it just smells like farts, as an adult, you're not gonna find that funny. Well, guess what? They got in trouble for the fart spray.
Yeah.
And he sprayed it. And so he ended up getting did you call them jugs when you were in Justice Under God?
No, it wasn't jug like detention or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah.
Jugs was the name?
Jug.
They couldn't have come up with something better?
Justice Under God. But I got a jug for
How
it.
about Girthy Johnson?
And I was like, I told you that this is not funny to adults. And that's exactly what happened. I'm like, don't listen to me.
There is that trope of like the nuns and the priests of like not being. I've never really had. I was raised in a very Catholic family, and I never really had that like overbearing, unbelievably annoying. Like there was one nun in my high school that was so annoying, but. I never really had to deal with. I feel like they were all kind of chill.
Over-disciplinarian. That's kind of a stereotype.
like sexual energy just suppressed. So they're like taking it out on some 15-year-old.
Right.
I don't know.
I was talking with a friend yesterday, Eric, and he grew up in Lowell, Massachusetts, which is a blue-collar area north of Boston. And he was talking about, and he's done some things where he's explored the world, seen a lot of things that his cohorts and his family growing up have not and did not. And the way that he describes it when talking about Lowell is that he got out. And
of course.
I'm curious as to what your perspective is on that regarding Staten Island, regarding Brooklyn. Like, you got out, you lived in LA, and now you're back again. So when you see people that never got out, what do you think about
What's so strange about Staten Island, dude, is that it's a stone's throw away from Manhattan.
Right. You can see it.
The cultural center of the planet.
Of the planet, yeah.
So it's like there are these little like,
tendrils.
There are these moments where they are exposed to every and Staten Island is very much people like we make jokes and stuff. I'm from the North Shore, which is kind of it's very much New York City. I mean, there's every ethnicity you could think of. So, but there is that sense of like, you do have to leave. And I think that's where a lot of my my takes on how different it was when I really left. But yeah, I think it's important to definitely, wherever you're from. And I actually learned to appreciate it more. I didn't even hate it that much more. I was like, all right, yeah, it has its problems. I disagree with a lot of things. But long story short, it's like, I love being from there. I had a great upbringing. I think if you... anybody who just is into extremes is just the worst. If you hate it so much because you want to be different, or you love it so much because you never left, both of those people are insane. And like you gotta be real with it and call it how you see it. So that's just how.
No, I agree. I love what I love so much about Philadelphia is that all the stuff that I loved about New York. There's a big genetic connection here,
dude. It's an hour and a half away.
Right.
It's not that different.
But it's the stuff that I love with about 50-60% less BS. Like if something, it still has a small town thing to it as well, in a bizarre way. You're never going to get that It's not. There's no mistake. Staten Island can give you some small town vibes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. People in my neighborhood don't go. Their church, their supermarket, they don't leave their 1 mile radius.
Right,
it's really little.
And you'll find that here. People born and raised in a town. That's it. They'll just they stay and support. And that's
Staten
it.
Island has people who judge people who moved there after the Verrazano. Yeah, they're a whole different they ruined the island. They're that's where my family came from. They ruined the island.
They brought in a bridge and it ruined the island.
Well, I want to mention again, Eric's going to be at Sellersville Theater coming up on the 7th. I do have a quick question. We're going to wrap up here in a second, but I'm looking at your Instagram account. Can you pull that back up, Nick? You have 753,000 followers on there. What are you going to do when you hit 1 million? Because you're on your way.
Oh, probably nothing.
It's not even. It's not a big goal, or
I mean, I don't know what metric that is to reality.
Yeah.
I try not to, I just want to get better as a comedian. I'm trying to get more people to see my stand-up because I do a lot of sketch comedy. And I promise if you come to the show, I'm not just some Instagram guy.
No.
I work very hard at this.
I can verify.
Full-time. Thank you so much.
I watch your stuff. And again, I think that's something that a lot of the people who have come this route have to deal with, and so but you've proven your viability and you have your bona fides in place. You are a legit stand-up and working hard, and your stuff was very funny.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that.
And we can tell by your conversation that you're not just. We've had people that have come in and had success, and then we're going to try it out in the clubs, and then we meet them in the interview, and we're like,
no, man, I've been in the early days when I was starting out where there's literally this many people. Yeah, I'm just saying it, and no one's like you got to go through that.
No, you've been working it.
Before you leave, we want to give you a plug for the Hulu special, and they don't give out Hulu specials to any Instagram comedians. So, how can people watch that?
Hulu. It's also on my YouTube, an 800-pound gorilla who released it with them, and then Hulu picked it up. So it's called I Don't Understand.
I love that.
Yeah, it's something my wife says to me all the time. Like, I don't understand. That's where it came from. and
I love how you make the point that when there's a language that she should say I don't understand too.
Oh, 100%.
She doesn't apply it to that. Like if someone's speaking to her in an annoying language.
You're actually talking about the bit. Thank you.
She'll never say I don't understand to that, but things that you probably should understand, she doesn't understand.
Me wearing my shoes in the living room. That she doesn't understand. But if you speak Spanish to her, she doesn't say that. Right. So,
well, check him out on social on Instagram. Eric D'Alessandro, DALESSANDRO. Nice. But you can get those tickets to the Sellersville show coming up on the 7th by going to st94.com. It's great to meet you, man. Thanks for coming.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
Sure, we'll see you again sometime soon.
Yes, please.
All right, Eric D'Alessandro. We'll take a break. Come back in just a second. Stay put, friend.
Preston and Steve.
It says, baby, now we got bad blood. Okay.
The only knock on Stone Harbor is that it's pricey.
Oh my God, is it pricey?
It's probably the priciest.
Dude, if you go by, so in the little town there's a real estate place, and they have listings in the window.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't afford that. I can't afford
$8 million.
that.
I mean, it's insane.
For a 3-bedroom.
Insane. The price of
Does
real
their
estate
lead
there.
realtor have googly eyes? Or
No, that's a different guy. But we could make this happen. All right, number 17 on the list is Avalon. It says the walk to the beach at Avalon is longer than we'd like, but the beach is nice and wide and the sand is soft and perfect for laying out. Parking isn't an issue either.
That was my beach for years.
That's where my parents had a house.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
they sold it, right?
My dad's biggest financial regret in his entire life had a house on 17th Street. It was barely a house. It was like a shack, but
Was it
Still be worth millions now.
Yeah, the property alone. You're buying the zip code, you're buying the acreage, and it was a nice place for a family to go. And my mom hates my dad for.
And not only that, he said that there was an issue because there was oil seeping up to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do with all this
What am I
bubbling
going to do
crude?
with this bubbling oil?
Nick, was it beachside or bayside?
No, it was in the middle. Okay, so it was, but you could walk to, what's it called, Circle Pizza, and I mean, look, it was Avalon. It's a great beach, and it's a really nice family town.
So we would, when we were doing our live broadcast from when we were in Y100, we would always go to Avalon.
Yeah,
it was very
21st.
chill, very chill.
Oh, by the way, man, Sylvester's is gone now, or at least it was going away, and that was my favorite crab cake of all time. Sylvester's is right off of 21st Street, and it had been there forever and ever and ever.
Do we need an investigative report?
No. They just went away. I guess maybe the real estate was just too lucrative, and they sold it. I don't really know,
The
but
rent
it
is
made
too
me
damn high.
It made me really sad because
Did you?
I took you there.
Yeah, I thought it's okay.
Which one did you get?
That's personal preference. I got like you recommended. Yeah.
No, it's the
Can you guys
Fried-
still be friends?
Fried is where it's at.
I think we can still be friends.
We can still. We're still friends.
All right.
I brought him coffee
But
this
not
morning.
as
He said
close.
thank you.
Well, he wrote it on a sticky and put it on his forehead.
Number 13 on this list is Ocean City.
Ocean City.
Previously a contender for the top spot in the rankings, Ocean City's beach itself has seen better days and now has exposed piping throughout sections.
That's so cool.
Go play on the pipe, kids. You can still find very nice stretches, though, and there is no questioning how incredible Ocean City's throwback boardwalk is, featuring Gillian's Wonderland Pier, Playland's Castaway Cove, and delicious Coors Brothers frozen custard, among other attractions.
I always went to Ocean City. It is not the beach that I knew growing up. Like, they had these awesome little jetties that would, Steve, they would create these little pools, and you could find starfish. Those things don't exist anymore. They just
It's over.
It's over.
I like their boardwalk.
Yeah, it's a
I
nice.
think it's really nice.
There's not a lot of undeveloped area.
Give me these starfish.
It's so crowded.
Where's the starfish?
It is.
Yeah, they develop every single available acreage there, and you know it's a city, so I guess that's why they do it. But it's a little frustrating.
And they go up really high with their
Yes, they do.
properties.
Like
It's
3-4 stories
Jersey
they can
has
go up there.
In general, Jersey has some, and a large part due to the shore stuff, the highest valued real estate in the country. Yes?
Yeah, but like in towns like Cape May, like there's still a lot of green space, you know. So
Right,
in
right.
Ocean City, there's just not.
Nick, I've gone to Ocean City. A friend of mine has a house there, and I've gone, and I called her once, and I was like, I'm leaving because I can't find parking.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
was like, this is ridiculous. And fortunately, she has a large driveway, so she was like, no. I'll pull my car in the garage. You come into the driveway. But I mean, it was so crowded that I'm like, I literally can't find parking within walking distance of your house.
All right, I've only 4 more I'm going to point because we're getting into the top 10 here. So number 6 on this list. Number 6. We don't have those, do we? Still?
Yeah, we do.
That's all right. Sea Isle City.
Sea Isle City.
Yep. It says a big, beautiful beach, gorgeous dunes to admire, plenty of soft sand to stretch out on. Less than ideal parking is the only real drawback.
Number 6.
There is a paved promenade instead of a boardwalk to stroll down, and Fish Alley is loaded with a plethora of tantalizing seafood and Italian food options.
So Nick had mentioned earlier that it sort of attracts the younger crowd, and
Sea Isle City.
Well, yeah, but not anymore. I've said this for years. So they're actually closing a lot of those party spots, and they're building nicer restaurants that are attracting more families, a little bit of an older crowd. So it's still a really fun city to go to, but that I think that like drunken 20-year-old, although there are still some there, they're sort of pushing them out.
Another drunken 60-year-olds.
I mean,
is this a good pound cake place in town?
Pretty much, but the thing about Sea Isle that I love the most is once you get there, because they say that parking isn't the greatest there. I mean, it's not in any of the beach towns, but once you park, you don't ever have to move. You can go for a weekend, you can go for a full week. You don't have to move.
You're there, locked and loaded.
They have the jitney that goes up and down the entire town, and you don't. I mean, that's what I like the best about it is I literally never drive the car once I get there.
That's cool. Steve, you and I are wheel watchers, and I've noticed recently that there's a Sea Isle City campaign. It's not Jersey Shore.
Yes,
it's
no,
not,
you're right.
and it's just focuses exclusively on one town, which I find to be interesting that they have enough ad dollars to focus a tourism campaign on just that one city. But yeah, they're focusing on it.
I know they have a primo hoagie, so there we go.
Yeah, all right.
All right,
there.
down to number 4 now.
Number 4.
It's time for number 4.
Well, it's Cape May Point.
Cape May Point.
Oh my God, is it beautiful there?
Is it?
So there isn't as much to do at Cape May as it is its eastern brother beach as far as boardwalk activities and food options. That also means less crowds to compete with. And that means that the just about same idyllic sands with way more real estate. It's a bit of a hike to get from the street to the beach, but it's a beautiful walk through the dunes and trees.
The picture we're looking at looks very lovely, and it has a lighthouse.
Yes, there's exactly. The beach itself is so raw and secluded that you hardly feel like you're at the Jersey Shore. It is pretty quiet there.
It is, and it's definitely one of the appealing factors. That used to be my vacation spot for a number of years. I love Cape May Point. There was a store there called the Red Store, and it was a great restaurant, and I believe it's closed. I think they closed, during the pandemic, and they have not reopened. It's a really cool little spot right in the section, right in the middle part of that part of town, and there's nothing that's gone in to replace it, which is a shame.
So I like how all you guys know all these locations and all the places to eat. Like, so I guess part of the process growing up here would have been migrate to sample all the towns. Was that kind of the thing?
We would vacation in a couple of the towns.
Okay.
And, you sort of get your feel and what you like. And the thing is, too, is like once you finally get your town, like where you like to go, that's really the only one. And there,
So that's the process, though. You sample and then you decide what town's your town. And that's that.
Yeah, as a kid, we went to Ocean City, we went to Wildwood Crest,
right.
And where you land is like your beach town. No one can convince you otherwise.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's an ownership thing, it seems. I'm picking up
totally.
on.
Especially if you legitimately own property, right?
I'm being indoctrinated into this. There's a pride of what your town is, what your beach is, and all that stuff.
I think if I won the lottery, I'd buy a place in Cape May Point. That's my favorite town, I think.
All right, number 2 on this.
Oh,
that's a little more aggressive.
What happened to that?
That's from Hamilton, by the way. Those are the 10 rules of dueling.
Casey Kasem is Alexander Hamilton.
All right, number 2 is Cape May.
All right,
Cape May,
number 1 beach in New Jersey for 3 years running, is finally dethroned. It says, but let's be honest, the beach at exit 0 on the Garden State Parkway is basically 1A. Perfect sand, picturesque boardwalk, dining options that make the town one of the state's top food designations, and blocks of gorgeous Victorian architecture make the long trip down to the state's southern tip well worth it. So, all right, and then number 1. I'm not familiar with Beach Haven.
It's on LBI.
According to NJ.com. Okay.
Beach Haven.
Yeah. It says, for the first time in the history of our rankings, a new number 1 takes the crown. Beach Haven has been knocking on the door for a long time, finishing in the top 4 every year. One of the southernmost beaches on Long Beach Island is knocking no more. It's here. The mellow vibe combined with pristine beach. Some of the best surrounding food and entertainment in the state make it truly perfect beach destination. Any of you guys ever been there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
LBI is interesting because there's I think just the one way in and out. And so when you get onto that island, you then have to make a decision. You going north or you going south? And it's a long drive. Like when you get to Wildwood Crest or the Wildwoods, there's a bunch of different ways to get onto that island.
Yes.
I believe with LBI, there's just the one, and it just it makes it interesting.
Wow. I would imagine it makes it a long trip to get off.
As you
of
can
there
imagine.
When you need to.
This was our day trip spot. Like as a kid in high school, where we would go with our friends. This is where we would go. I don't know what traffic is like now, but when we were going in high school, we were fine. It wasn't too bad getting there.
What's the most northern beach in New Jersey?
Isn't it the one where the nude beach is? That Sandy Hook? Because we've talked about that a couple times. No, like you can see Manhattan
that's a little
from
further north.
Yeah, you got to keep going, Steve. That's Massachusetts.
Oh, right.
Yeah. That's near Boston.
Okay, I've heard.
But we've talked about that nude beach in Sandy Hook more than once. And Case, you can see Manhattan from there. You can see Freedom Tower.
That's got to be cool. By the way, Marissa handed me this note. She was at the Dinner on Blanc in Atlantic City over the weekend, and she learned that MTV is filming Jersey Shore 2.0 in AC this summer. And
That's
she found
pretty
the house.
wild.
She took a picture of it and posted it on social media. Yeah.
Maybe we should audition.
Maybe we should.
I was in New York on Long Island this past weekend at a place called Nickerson Beach, and just the difference between the beaches, like our Jersey Shore and there, it's just like it's completely different. I mean, it was beautiful and I loved it there, but just the difference, I was like,
Yeah. No, so growing up on Long Island, we had all of the, you had your beaches. We had a multitude of beaches, and you eventually settled on your one.
But just even the way they do, even the way they go to the beach is different than us.
Absolutely.
Well, I realized that we didn't do the city beat here. We did the beach bum. Because that's all we have time for.
It wasn't even the city beat.
I apologize. I have more city beat stories. Maybe we'll get to them in a little while. So I guess this has been the beach bum. I don't know, which I just made up. Or have we had that character before?
No. We can do the beach bum.
No, we
Absolutely.
did. Yeah, because we even had theme music for it.
Did we?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Wipeout?
It might have been
Was
like
it the
Miserlou.
bird?
It might have been a Dick Dale song.
All right.
Okay. All right, well, anyhow, that's NJ.com, the full article they have on their website, but it's all 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best for.
And number one again?
For this year. Number one.
Beach Haven.
Beach Haven, yeah. But
LBI.
But more in our area, Cape May came in at number 2, which is it's been number 1 many times before. All right, with that, let's take a break. Come back in just a moment because I got some bizarre file stories I think you shall enjoy. Stay with us. Kathy, I saw this article this morning, and it was in the Daily Mail. And who was it? Tracy Cox is, believe it or not. Yeah, she's like a relationship advice columnist.
Of England, correct?
Out of England, correct. And I saw this article, so it's, obviously online. Apps and all that stuff is very easy to, peruse. But then again, you might be hesitant on that type of thing.
You want to do it old school.
She had come up with some ideas on how and where.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Maris. Real quick, I want to do a shout out. This is from Julie Jerkoff.
Hey!
Julie Jerkoff checked in, and she said, shout out for my son Tom's 35th birthday on the 28th, so I missed it by a day. She said he's an excellent dad and great husband to my daughter-in-law. He is a hard worker and just an all-around great guy. There you go. And Julie loved the...
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Julie loved the Rizzo Quizzo that we did the other day. So
We'll have to do more of those.
I want to mention that. I would like to do another giveaway. Dolan's Bar is here. We'll take caller number 20, and we will give you a $50 gift card for Dolan's Bar. Their website is dolansbar.com, and they're on Sellers Avenue in Ridley Park, and they are hosting Delco Day X, Delco Day 10, which is on the 7th. It's on Saturday, and it's going to start at 2 o'clock. We had earlier this morning Hollis Thomas in. He's going to be performing as DJ Cool MF. And on other live performances are going to be from the Del Crows, Joe Grasso and the Ramblers, Nick McGrath, Vile Bread, Effusion 35, Electric Furby, Jeremy Milligan, and the Wrong Band will all be performing on that day.
And their food is awesome.
Yeah, so they brought in their Sweet Baby Blue Burgers. They brought in their Big D Burgers, the Dolan's Wings today as well. So the food's fantastic. They fed us at Camp Out for Hunger last year.
Yeah.
So $50 to spend while you're there for Delco Day coming up on the 7th. And we'll take call number 20 and we'll set you up with that. And while you're calling in, we'll do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Adam Home Services. And you can call now for a $49 AC tune-up. They'll even waive the dispatch fee. And for all of your AC, heating, plumbing, or sewer services, make it AdamHomeServices.com. All right, it's an idea whose time has come. Las Vegas will host the first Enhanced Games next May. It's a sports event where athletes can use performance-enhancing drugs like steroids and growth hormones, earning it the nickname Olympics on Steroids.
Gosh, I wonder what it would be like to see a sporting event where they were using performance-enhancing drugs.
So the event, set for Memorial Day weekend at Resorts World, will feature 8 competitions, 50 and 100-meter freestyle and butterfly swimming, 100-meter sprint, and 101 10-meter hurdles on the track, and the snatch, clean, and jerk events in weightlifting.
Yeah.
Unlike the Olympics, athletes get paid with up to $500,000 per event and $1 million bonuses for breaking world records.
I wonder if they're going to have like billboard ads and banner ads from various companies that manufacture these performance-enhancing drugs?
Don't know. Founder Aaron DeSouza says that the games embrace science to push human limits safely.
Yes.
With medical checkups
Safely.
for athletes. So the event aims to challenge old anti-doping rules. It's backed by investigators like Peter Thiel and Donald Trump Jr. Critics like anti-doping agencies call it dangerous, but DeSouza believes it's fairer than the current system where some athletes secretly use drugs. So we'll see how this show plays out. A robotics company called Unitree held the world's first humanoid robot fighting competition with a lot of similarities to the movie Real Steel.
Which is a guilty pleasure. Oh, no, I'm not guilty about it. I like that movie.
I like that movie a lot.
Yeah.
4 of their G1 robots, standing 4 feet 3 inches tall and weighing 77 pounds, fought in a ring controlled by humans using remotes and voice commands. The robots wear boxing gloves and headgear, throwing jabs, hooks, uppercuts, and even leg kicks over 3 2-minute rounds. Points were given for hits to the head and torso, and one match ended
You're going to have to cut me, Mick.
with a knockout when a robot couldn't get up after 8 seconds. The human referee made sure that the robots followed the rules, and the event, broadcast live by China Central Television, showed off the G1's smooth movements and balance. Another robot fighting tournament is planned for December in Shenzhen, China, with bigger robots from 4 different companies. Wouldn't it be wild if that ended up becoming like, Real Steel?
I think we're going to get there, yeah.
Pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it.
Doctors in China recently reported the unusual case of a 48-year-old woman who had apparently suffered a bone fracture just by casually rolling over in bed.
Jeez. Not with a sleep number.
According to Dr. Long Shong, tests performed at the hospital showed that the unnamed woman's vitamin D levels were extremely low, which had accelerated bone loss and caused the onset of severe osteoporosis. Now, further investigation revealed that the patient had avoided sunlight since childhood, rarely wearing short-sleeved shirts, and always applying sunscreen when going outside.
So she was basically a graham cracker.
And her case was presented as a warning for other sunscreen enthusiasts who might be overusing it and thus affecting their bone health. They said all the bones in our body are renewed every 10 years, but from the age of 30, we start to lose bone mass at a rate of 0.5% to 1% per year.
So you're saying every 10 years, there comes a point in the day when our entire skeletal system is swapped out for a new one?
Yeah, it's like you don't even notice it. Low calcium intake, lack of sunlight exposure, and vitamin D efficiency all hinder calcium absorption. Although sunscreen and sun protection in general have their merits, decreasing the risk of skin cancer and other serious health problems, some people overdo it and thus open themselves up to other issues. Because sunlight is so important in helping the body synthesize vitamin D, which in turn is essential for bone health and calcium absorption, avoiding exposure to sunlight for long periods of time can impair immunity and bone health. Never heard of that.
That's amazing that she was that deprived.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. Thieves, here's another one of these in our area. Thieves stole approximately $150,000 worth of frozen beef from a tractor-trailer truck that stopped overnight in Gray's Ferry on Memorial Day. The truck driver told investigators that he and his co-driver parked the truck on the 1400 block of Warfield Street at 4:30 in the afternoon on Monday and kept it there throughout the night. The drivers fell asleep around midnight and woke up at 5:45 a.m. Tuesday to find 10.5 pallets of meat were completely missing.
Where's the meat?
And because the truck's engine and freezer were running during the night, the driver told police that they didn't hear anyone entering the trailer.
Man.
No arrests have been made, and police are investigating. So there are a number of similar thefts that happened last year. $10,000 pallet of tuna, $15,000 worth of beef, and thieves also stole bourbon and fish in Northeast Philly in March of 2024.
Did you mention the dollar amount on this theft?
They did $150,000.
$150,000
worth of beef. Jesus. Stolen from the vehicle. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. We'll test your knowledge of the program. We'll do the lesson question. We'll get into trash and music news as well, so stay put. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
If you're, like in your 30s or something like that, that age range is kind of where she's targeting. But out in the real world.
Yes.
Like some good places and what to do. And I was like, okay, I'll take a look at this. And there's some good practical advice here. But it goes on to later on describe, and I'll get to it at the end, of how to tell when a man is interested in you. Secret signs that he's ready for sex, which I found very, very fun. But I wanted to go through some of these other things.
Locations where you can meet men.
Yeah.
So we're trying to help out the ladies who are guys.
Well, that's where you messed up, son. You can't go to no bar to find a nice woman. You got to go to a nice place, a quiet place like a library. There's a good woman there.
Church.
And at church is good girls.
Yep.
Or this place here, where I'm going tonight, the Black Awareness Rally, there's going to be some fine women there. Good, clean girls. That's where I'm going.
I love that scene so
It's
much.
great. It's
I don't,
good.
anything that takes place in Mighty Sharp in that shop is just gold. For those who have never seen Coming to America, that's what that's from. So anyhow, where to meet men, she says. All right, so not, and like he says at the beginning of that clip, you can't go to no bars.
Well, you messed up, son. You can't go to no bar to find a nice woman. You got to go to a nice place.
All right, so
A library.
instead of the bars, here are the suggestions. So exercising, she says, but Pilates, probably not going to turn up too many prospects. So you don't want to go to yoga, Pilates, things like that. If you're interested in meeting a guy, chances are you need to go somewhere else like a gym, boot camp style classes, and running clubs and things like that.
So her suggestion of a boot camp made sense to me. Like in a gym, a lot of times I would think, and Kathy, obviously, and you and Marissa can speak to this more, but I think you're you're working with other people, you know, whereas at a gym, you're on your equipment.
You're on
you
your
don't want to
own.
be bothered.
Yeah, you
know?
need some sort of class,
Or
or like CrossFit. It always seems to be
Yeah.
like that family feel, and you get to know people, you become friends with them.
And if you're just starting, you can have a heart attack in public. That's always a benefit.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kathy, have you ever been hit on or approached in a gym? Because, it's really like you should never do that if you're a guy. It's
Right.
just,
Yeah,
it's rule number one, but it still happens.
I don't know. I don't think he was hitting on me, but actually, he's a listener of the show, and he ended up telling me. And we used to call him Superman because he used to wear a Superman shirt to the gym. He's probably listening now. I don't think he was hitting on me, but he once said to me, he's like, "I'm practically doing flips over there." He's like, "And you're not even looking over at me."
Wow.
But he was like super. He was very fit. He like would do pull-ups and like flip up over the bar.
Right,
and, like,
right.
you know, we always like kind of smiled at him because he was like, he drew attention to himself in the gym. And
Right.
I would do a class with a group of girls, and so we'd be like, Superman's over there.
All right, she also recommends going to your local park. Go to the park. It says post-pandemic.
Go to the park.
Parks are the new cool place to be, but don't just go for a walk. Sit on a bench. Resist the urge to drag out your phone and simply look around you. Make eye contact with anyone you like the look of and stay put. If they like you, they'll find a reason to walk past again within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
So I saw a woman in the park the other day. She had a shopping cart with a lot of what appeared to be her belongings in it. Was she on the prowl?
She might have been,
Yeah.
Steve.
She was sending out the vibes to you, bro.
Was I getting hit on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she tell you, did she walk up and say, give me $1?
Yeah, I want $1.
But I don't know. Maybe she was interested, Steve. Who knows? All right. Taking the dog for a walk. So if you have a pet or if you want to borrow one, it gives perfect excuse to approach you. And that is actually, guys use that
It's an
tactic
icebreaker
as well, most definitely.
What was the Janine Garofalo film that was really
yeah.
Truth about cats and dogs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I took my dog to, and I didn't realize this, but Cape May has like a little town center walk. And I took Reggie there, and I mean, people went crazy for him.
The amount of tail you got was crazy, right?
Well, I mean, but you're talking about this, Preston. I think it's weirder and harder for a guy to approach a woman in public.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Like, oh my God.
But
Like,
I mean,
I don't want to scare you.
If you want these, I think, provide, to Preston's point, the point of the article, these provide you a more viable, unless you're like what they used to classically refer to as a masher. If you're legitimately would like to speak to a woman and start a line of conversation.
Well, here's the thing. These are just the places to go to. Now, your technique that you use,
like you can't just whip it out.
when you get there, is a different story.
Hey, nibble my shack.
Right.
I love this dog.
Nose
walk.
bag.
Right.
Nibble my bag.
Nibble my bag.
I like sack works, too.
It's actually
it's
better.
even better.
Actually, that was Gerald Ford's line.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nibble my bag.
Places you may want to go, ladies, to places where men outnumber women. This is if you're indeed interested in a man, that is. So.
Vasectomy center.
Chances are going to be more men than women there. So she says a local pub rather than the glitzy bar that attracts girls looking, hopefully, out from behind a cocktail. A gym that has a heavy weights section rather than one that targets the yoga crowd, which kind of goes back to that first thing we said.
So you don't want to go to a real meathead gym. If you go to, I think, like a CrossFit or like a lot of women are into now getting into sort of the more powerlifting line. for a good exercise. So that might be a good option.
But a pub rather than a meat market bar.
Right.
So I saw this Instagram video not that long ago, and it was advertising Kavanaugh's, and I love Kavanaugh's. This is a great place, but it was for their nightlife, and it was showing off what a cool club it is at night, and they clearly not aimed towards me in their demographic, but it was people in their 20s, all good looking, all having a really great time, and I was just like. It boggles my mind that anybody ever goes to places like that to meet, and they do. I just don't know how anyone ever is able to actually have a conversation, or if that doesn't matter whatsoever.
There is, and I know completely what you're saying.
I mean, I'm 46,
even then, though, when you want to communicate and it's so loud or so
I've never gotten
cacophonous, and that
I used to do that. I mean, it was hard, but I used to totally be in the clubs all the time.
Did you lean in and do the yelling thing?
Yeah, totally. You would have to
yell.
Yeah, you would have to yell. We were doing shots, and it was a different atmosphere. I mean,
what are you reading these days?
Yeah. That's what we talked about.
I have a dog. It doesn't stink. It's called Blue Emu. It's great for joint pain, but you can't smell it. So William Devane advises we invest in gold.
Advice? Other places?
I use a jitterbug phone because the display is much bigger. Wait, what? The jitterbug when the grandkids call.
Ladies can go to meet men if you're looking to actually meet in person and not be at a bar where you're screaming like that. She recommends a rally. So you're not going to be waiting long to join one. This weekend, Extinction Rebellion march through central London. Plenty of climate-aware, smiley hippie types out in force if you were looking. So there's always some type of a gathering of types. You can find those. All right, Steve, this one, she actually recommends a hardware store.
A hardware store.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'll tell you what, I've met a lot of great guys at hardware stores. I always have questions.
I've been with Casey. I've told you before. I have been with Casey in a hardware store where he just goes up to random people.
Yeah. They're not random. They're random to you, but they're
people you've never met before that don't work there. They're random people.
I have eyed these people up. I have judged them by the way they look. They are not random. I'm like, this guy looks like he can help me out. Right?
Just friends you haven't met
he'll walk
yet.
up and say something like, hey, you look like you know how to build a fence.
Yeah.
How to put in a ceiling fan.
Yeah. Stuff like that. And then he'll ask questions about and
let's
strike up a conversation. And that is a great way. And I know you've hooked up with a lot of guys.
A lot of guys that way. I had a guy come over last summer.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was great, man. I love what you did with your tongue, but I'm married. I know you're married. We can't do this.
Don't catch any feelings.
Don't get attached. I'm a loose cannon.
She said they attract lots of men, and you got plenty of excuses to strike up a conversation. Can you help me choose which picture or glue or paint I need?
I can do that for you.
Yes, we all know women are just as good at do-it-yourself, but a bit of pretending won't make you a traitor to feminism.
I had 3 testicles.
No, I'm just looking for a ceiling fan. I could see, so it isn't... Yeah, that could work.
You'd have to hang around all day.
You're like
I've seen
a Home Depot hooker.
I've seen people in hardware stores, and I'm one of those people in hardware stores. You don't want to come up to me, and So anyway, but if you hang out, if you loiter at the hardware store, maybe you got a shot. She also says a coffee shop is a good spot. If you spot someone you like the look of, note the time they arrive for their morning coffee. We are creatures of routine. Turn up the next day and the next at the same time, and make eye contact and smile. And the next thing you know, you're chatting comfortably.
In a cafe, a classic cafe where they have like Wi-Fi, or you might have that sort of situation where you'll see people sitting at their tables, working on things or whatever.
Did you guys ever continue to show up somewhere because you knew somebody was going to be there, or you would hope that somebody would be there?
I'm sure that I have.
An employee.
Oh, yeah. There was a girl.
He's here.
Nah, there was a girl that worked when I was early in my radio career, and she worked at this. Dave Matthews Band on 93.3 WMMR, the Trip and Billy. 20 minutes after 10 in the Preston and Steve Show, Thursday morning. Smell that? It's no Sad Bro Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very close. It's either that or Dolan's Bar and the burgers and wings that are out in the Acme Lounge right now. We'll do another giveaway in a little bit before the show is up. Your chance to win. And Delco Days coming up on the 7th, a Saturday, and they're hosting that. A lot of great stuff happening. So hang tight. We'll have your chance to grab that. I think I have one $50 gift card left. But I do have other things that we can give to you. The lesson question today is a pair of tickets to see Ace Frehley. Ace will be performing at the Event Center at Rivers Casino Friday, June 6th. And you can win tickets if you can answer this question correctly. Shortly before 7 a.m., we found out what Marty Singer's favorite Kevin Costner movie is. No. It was. Yeah, Kevin Costner, that's right, because he is his lawyer in this lawsuit. So what is Marty Singer's favorite Kevin Costner movie? He mentioned it a few times this morning when we were speaking to, quote-unquote, Marty Singer. If you know the answer, call 610-660-9333, and you just might win. All right, we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Adam Home Services. Call now for a $49 AC tune-up. They'll even waive the dispatch fee for all of your AC, heating, plumbing, or sewer services. Make it AdamHomeservices.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, stunt boxing promoter Damon Feldman offering Bill Belichick's current girlfriend Jordan Hudson and his ex Linda Holliday a nice payday to face off in the ring. 74-year-old Belichick is not hating the idea, saying the last time women fought over him, they were trying to remove his catheter.
Oh, my God.
80-year-old Michael Douglas shouting out his 22-year-old daughter, Carrie, after she graduated from Brown University. Carrie says Brown will always be in her heart, while Michael observed that it's usually in his pants.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Olympic diver Tom Daly admitting on Instagram that he isn't always happy with his very ripped, muscular physique. Daly admits he occasionally wishes he could let himself go to hell the way they do in radio. That's Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we're looking for an answer to the question this morning, and that question is as follows. What is Marty Singer's favorite Kevin Costner movie? All right, and just going to dive right in here, and we will go to Dan and see if we can get that answer. Dan, you are on the air, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right. I'm sorry, hang on, Dan. What is? Let me pose the question again. What is Marty Singer's favorite Kevin Costner movie? Now you can give it to me.
Waterworld?
Waterworld. Yeah! That is correct. All right, bud, hang on a second. We'll take care of you and set you up with a pair of tickets to see the one and only Mr. Ace Frehley, who's going to be at the Event Center at Rivers Casino Friday, June 6th. The only thing more recognizable than Ace Frehley's Spaceman makeup is his signature guitar playing. And KISS fans can see the legend in person at the Event Center at Rivers Casino on June 6th. Tickets start at just $39 at riverscasino.com. Must be 21.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Dickhead. Couple things to mention in music news. Another milestone for Metallica. The band's fifth album, often called the Black Album, was certified double diamond by the RIAA for
Diamonds.
That's a triple diamond.
selling over 20 million copies. Released in 1991, it hit number 1 in 10 countries with hits like Enter Sandman and Nothing Else Matters. Their 1986 album, Master of Puppets, that got 8 times platinum status for passing 8 million sales. It's seen as a key metal album with songs like Battery and the title track, and was the last with bassist Cliff Burton, who, of course, died that year. The album's cultural impact earned it a spot in the Library of Congress's National Recording Registry as well. Ghost lead singer, and we might have audio of this, Marissa. So Ghost lead singer Papa V. Perpetua performed Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody at the Polar Music Prize ceremony in Stockholm, Sweden on Tuesday with Queen's Brian May and Roger Taylor in the audience.
I think that'd be a little nerve-wracking.
Joined by Opeth guitarist Friedrich Ekesson and Eric Erickson Chamber Choir as well. Ford sang in front of the Swedish King Carl Gustaf and Queen collaborator Adam Lambert. So let's hear a little bit of him performing a Bohemian Rhapsody. Lambert also performed Who Wants to Live Forever and Another One Bites the Dust, while Eric Grunwald sang Stone Cold Crazy. The event honored Queen, jazz legend Herbie Hancock, and conductor Barbara Hannigan as well. Smokey Robinson has filed a $500 million defamation lawsuit against his 4 former employees who accused him of rape in their own $50 million lawsuit. This is according to the, let's see.
Body Singer?
No, countersuit claims. The Robinsons did not abuse, harm, or take advantage of plaintiffs. They treated plaintiffs with the utmost kindness and generosity.
To suggest otherwise is scurrilous.
It doesn't say scurrilous. It says, unfortunately, the depth of the plaintiffs' avarice.
Yes,
and
greed avarice.
And greed knows no bounds. So they didn't use scurrilous.
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 You made him weep the tears of a cloud.
He did the thing.
The Motown
It was
legend
featured on the soundtrack of Waterworld.
Yeah. If you want another lawyer, you better shop around.
Right.
Okay, so.
My mama told me.
Yeah, the
Clap your hands if you remember this one.
The Motown legend faces allegations including sexual battery, assault, false imprisonment.
An evening with Smokey Robbins, ... lawyer.
Gender violence and creating a hostile work environment by 4 former employees in a lawsuit filed in Los Angeles County Superior Court.
Anytime, day or night.
Chevelle has announced their new album, Bright as Blasphemy, is set for release on August 15th. It's their first new music in 4 years, following their 2021 album, Neurodius, I think is how you pronounce that. The lead single, Rabbit Hole, Cowards Part 1, is already out, and they shared a lyric video for a new single, Jim Jones, Cowards Part 2, which explores themes of endless challenges. The band says the album is about life's highs and lows, leaving it up to listeners to find meaning. Chevelle will tour the U.S. starting August 7th with Asking Alexandria and Dead Poets Society on board for that. And then finally, Pierre presents.
Today, yeah.
Mammoth. Yes, the playback is today at noon. Not too far off from now, folks. So it will be a special performance that was, of course, by Wolfgang and the band Mammoth, and interview by Pierre Robert. So there's a Q&A, and the whole thing was at the Foundry on May 12th. And our sponsor for that was A&T Chevy and A&T Subaru in Sellersville. And thanks to Sony BMG for setting it up as well. So today, if you've been waiting to hear that, we are going to check that out with Pierre at noon. And the recording supposedly top notch.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of the mix that Don had done here in engineering, and amazing.
Yeah, I think we should probably play some tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. And that's it in music news. I would like to give away another $50 gift card to Dolan's Bar. We'll take caller number 18 at 610-660-9333. They love a good time at Dolan's, but they also love to give back and support the community who supported them for over 71 years. And Delco Day proceeds, which is coming up on the 7th, mind you, benefit the Headstrong Foundation, providing support for families caring for loved ones with cancer. So caller number 18, you get that $50 gift card. You can go get yourself a sweet baby blue burger, which, by the way, is Hollis Thomas's favorite. He was going on and on about
he
it.
He chose wisely.
We'll take a quick break, come back, and wrap up the show when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
And I would go there. She worked at a counter that served like hot food and stuff like that. So I had a reason to go there because I was hungry. But I would go there specifically to see
Didn't
her.
you walk past her with a whole bunch of meats and stuff under your shirt? And
I told her it was a fraternity prank that I was doing.
Nothing for me today, thanks. Yeah, Baskin Robbins, man. That's where the cute girls in high school worked. And so, I mean, a different kind of vibe case, but we would go there all the time. And I had a really cute golden retriever. And so I would take the dog over. None of it ever worked, but I tried.
Right.
I gave it a shot.
You know what? You got to feel bad for the girl at work that's not interested because she is chained to that location. And has no choice but to.
More free samples, please.
Yeah.
Man, I went to Cali every single Saturday night. No, not Saturday night, Wednesday night. And you would think because it was a cover charge of $5 and then 25-cent drink. Cali. It's not, well, I think RP McMurphy's is now closed. It was across the street from them in Dade Mall. But like I would go there because specifically there was this girl, short blonde hair, just did not want to give me the time of the day. But
you tried.
I tried.
Yeah. Just by being there.
By being there. I think I offered to buy her a drink, a 25-cent drink a couple of times.
Hey, 2 bits, no problem.
Here's $1. I'm going to buy you 4 drinks.
Yeah. All right. Another opportunity, ladies, for you to meet men through volunteering. She says, this is according to the author, Tracy Cox is her name. God knows there's plenty of organizations that would welcome your help, and he's likely to be nice as well. Offered to be the person who registers everyone, welcomes them to the event, and you'll meet all potentials. Live music events, and then she goes on to say, like waiting in line somewhere, so on and so on. So anyhow, here you go. Ladies, how do you let them know you're interested?
All right.
And she gives some advice.
How do ladies telegraph that they're interested in? And Marissa and Kathy, pay attention. We want these rated.
She said, women are great on picking up subtle body language clues. Men, not so much. So keep it simple and overt.
Okay.
So make it clear. These are 5 body language clues that men recognize most.
So you do you spread your legs and do the hatchet chop?
Oh, my God.
So she says, don't just use one, use them all. So here's one of them. Stand close and face him.
Mm-hmm.
That way he can't help but see you. Make lots of eye contact. It's the most obvious flirting signal of all.
Should you rapid fire blink?
No, I don't think so. Make sure that your body language is open. Uncross your arms, relax your shoulders,
Spread your legs.
Turn your torso to face him.
These are all sort of seductive, or not, if not seductive, inviting.
Yes. There's one on here that I really, that's like, okay.
I don't think they're
definitely interested.
giving you guys enough credit, though. If somebody's making eye contact with you or comes over to talk,
I can tell in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's how I got free French fries from this girl at Burger King in college.
Maybe, but then again, I might be going. I might be wrong. Maybe she's just being nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
So she says, smile directly at him, the know that you want to chat him up. And then this is the one that would do it for me. Look down at the floor and then up to meet his eyes again.
You're on the radio, aren't you?
That's
I recognize that voice.
Wait, why?
Kathy, you want me to do it?
Williams is running for mayor?
Yeah, I want to know why.
Do it. Because this. All right, this is what I'm envisioning. All right, I'm going to do it to you.
Oh, God, I'm going to be creeped out.
So here we go.
No,
that's it.
Let me take my glasses off. Let me do it again. Hang on. I want the cameras to get this. Should I do it at the camera?
You look up, so Nick Murphy can cover it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Kathy's got a boner.
No, that's too much.
All right.
Stop it.
What's your go-to subtle, inviting look? there's a great scene in the Batman where Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman is walking along.
She's real seductive.
And so, the Batman says, look back at him. She goes, if I look back at him, he's gonna think their connection's gonna take place. All right. And she does it. She turns back, and he's like, he gets up and walks over. Here we go.
Yeah.
Because she knows she's got that.
The look back is definitely that's a big
look. Yes,
like a second look at
like,
that.
so she saw him once, and she passes
as if you're walking.
Yeah.
away.
Right. Oh yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh god.
Also, she's Zoe Kravitz. So
Yeah.
I feel like a touch of the arm.
Yes, well, any kind of contact
with your tongue.
Yeah. Any kind of contact is definitely gonna.
Ooh, that's wet. Your tongue's wet.
Give me a semi for sure.
So you're saying
too much?
Yeah, a little.
Sort of a demure look down and look up, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Especially if the head stays down and just the eyes
Right.
come up, and then a little blinky. I keep looking right at her when I do
See,
that.
that would be like, for me, that would be like, there's something I don't like about you. Like, I'm checking your whole
Why
body.
don't we leave this place and go find a Ramada?
Not the head tilt. Not that. Yes, you got it. But like, if I were to just like eye you from head to toe, like, wouldn't you think what is she looking at?
Yeah.
Like elevator eyes up and down that whole thing, or
like if I went like.
Well, yeah, like that. There's like zero interest in your expression at all.
Cold, dead eyes.
Yeah,
really.
totally.
That
I
alluring.
was smiling. And I
Dear God, this poor woman is brain dead.
Maybe because if I'm looking you head to toe, there is something.
Wait,
wrong.
Preston, real
probably.
quick. Like that moment though, where you feel that connection when they make that look at you, and it doesn't happen often in life, but when it does, there's something very, very palpable about it.
Oh my gosh,
and
yes.
and for me anyway, whenever it's happened, it is a sensation that it's like a York peppermint patty. Like I feel it throughout my entire body, and I'm like, oh my God, I actually have a shot with this person.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I got that look from my wife, from Claire. When we were just the first couple of times we'd encountered each other.
There's that,
and I'm like,
Steve, like there's that double take, right? Like you look at her, and then she looks back at you,
right?
And then you do it again, right? You're like, holy crap, I think she might like me.
We wet.
So like we wet. Is that what you said? So what do you do? All right, let's say you have that connection. What do you do? This is for women. This is advice for women. And she says, make the approach yourself. If he is not coming over to you, make the approach yourself. Walk confidently up to him, smile up into his face, and say, well, I figured one of us should make a move after that eye contact.
Oh,
yeah. We're in such a cynical time that everything you say just sounds like a line. So you got to be inventive.
A pretty good line I saw was in a movie. What was it called?
Did you fart?
No. I'm sorry. I something all the way over here.
Something horrible. I thought perhaps you farted. I was across the room and I smelled something that kind of like okra.
Oh,
okra.
I thought perhaps you're from New Orleans and farted.
Wow.
That's a really obscure line.
Listen, if you're trying to stand out from everyone else,
she's telling me that she thinks I'm from New Orleans.
You may want to try that.
She thinks I'm from New Orleans.
There was a movie with. Anyway, I forgot who it was. Anyhow, so these two people made this eye contact. They kind of show it back and forth, a little smile, and eventually he goes over and says, "Hey, I thought I would just come over and say hello because we had a little connection."
Right,
He kind of gestured to his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a good line if you did indeed have that little connection. But anyhow.
I mean, your good eye.
She says, how do you start a conversation? Here's tips. And remember, still, I want to eventually get to the secret signs that he's ready for sex because I think you guys are going to like this. So take a deep breath and smile. This part is easier than you think, she says. Don't stress about what to say. 80% of someone's impression of you and the first sentence you utter has virtually nothing to do with what you're saying. It's whether you've said it with passion, a smile, and a friendly look.
That takes the weight off of don't say something ridiculous or that's going to turn somebody. We realize you're both kind of trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so concentrate on getting that right, she says, and it's just a smile and a friendly look mainly is what you want to do.
Smile and a Coke.
And she says the best chat-up line is simply one which is appropriate to the situation you're in and something not too challenging. If you're in a sandwich shop and standing in line next, the best thing since sliced bread, sorry, couldn't resist, you're going to sound like an idiot if you come out with, you look like an angel who's dropped from heaven. Better surely
I like
say...
liverwurst.
Wait, what?
Do you like liverwurst?
Liverwurst?
It's one of my favorite meat products. I suspect the other one is in your pants.
She says,
I'll take a pound of whatever you got between your legs.
You may want to try something like, have you eaten here before? I can't decide between the chicken or tuna.
And then, oh, God.
Poor, yeah.
You want some tuna? Anyway, I'm gonna jump ahead.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead because
Let's get the tuna.
Apparently, there are secret signs that he's ready for sex.
Right.
Okay. She says, look for these subtle signs that he's turned on.
He's got a boner.
That he's turned on and ready before you
massive erection.
before you lean in for that first kiss. All right. So here you go. And I would like someone to illustrate these things. Okay.
Okay.
And I can do it if you want to, but. He's touching his face more than usual. So
like this?
Yeah. He's like
so I would say if you're perhaps like you're doing one of these or your chin or
it is.
Yeah, you think you can?
No, definitely not. Rock.
Look, I just drew a picture of a cat.
Ding, ding. By the way, all right, it's 10:40. By the way, the drawing a picture of a cat that was from a segment from earlier on the show this morning. Marissa already has a Daily Rush video that is out. We were just sitting here watching it crack up. I just made a stupid statement. It just came out of my mouth, and it was, we're talking about intelligence and genius, and what I said was the antithesis of that. And if you get a chance, check it out. It's on our YouTube page.
Do you remember the laughable notion you probably had when you were younger and just starting as a broadcaster, thinking, I don't know if I'm smart enough, or I don't know if I'm articulate enough. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Look at us.
We're in the National Radio Hall of Fame. Yeah. Look at this.
Yeah. By the way, I mentioned the Radio Hall of Fame when we were at Keenan's, in case he was doing a thing where he was pretending to defecate on people. And I said, hey, we're in the National Hall of Fame. We're in the Radio National Hall of Fame. Steve goes, they just ripped our photos down from the wall. I mean, as we speak, they're tearing it out.
Yeah.
It was fun, though. All right, real quick, I want to thank our guest this morning. Hollis Thomas came by.
Such a great guy.
Great. Love talking to him. And he was here with Dolan's Bar, who dropped off all this great food to promote Delco Day 10, which is coming up on Saturday, June 7th. And Hollis is going to be one of the DJs that day, starting at 2 o'clock at Dolan's Bar. And then they have bands all day long, and they're going to have all kinds of things taking place. It's going to be a really fun event, and they're raising money for the Headstrong Foundation for, to assist people with cancer diagnosis. So it was great to have them by. Thank you to PJ, the owner, who brought by the Big D Burger, the Sweet Baby Blue Burger, Dolan's Wings, which smell dynamite. So you can see them at East Sellers Avenue in Ridley Park, 24 East Sellers Avenue. And their website is dolansbar.com. So thank you guys for coming by here this morning. We really appreciate that. And also, thank you to Eric D'Alessandro. Very, very nice guy, really funny. And he popped down in advance of his show, which is not until Saturday, June 7th. He drove down from Staten Island to hang out with us. And he'll be at the Sellersville Theater. It's a 6 o'clock show on Saturday, June 7th. You can get tickets at st94.com. Super nice guy.
Yeah, great guy.
Yep, absolutely. Pierre Robert, super nice guy here too.
Thank you.
How you
6
doing?
p.m. show. That's
6 p.m. show is a little bit on the earlier side. It's very doable. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
When I went to see Barry Manilow the other night, it was done at 10 o'clock.
Nice.
For a certain group of people, that is very nice.
You know, Preston's buddy Will, he goes and checks out live music all the time, and he has discovered these earlier shows.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to go to a 9, 10 o'clock show. He can go see a show at 5 and be home by 8.
That's insane to me.
Yeah, I don't know why
I
concerts have to start at like 8 o'clock. Why?
No. What you said.
He doesn't like the early
I don't
show.
like the early show.
Yeah, Pierre's
Going to a
an
show at
all-nighter.
5 o'clock is mad. It's chaos. When it's light outside, I don't want to go to a show if it's light outside. I want it to be dark, and then I want to go in and be darker when I come out, like the dark, filthy soul that I am.
That's true. That's
Feed
true.
into my dark, filthy soul.
I've got bars to attend and services to perform.
We're assuming Simonizing.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
Call me Simon.
Simon. All
My
right.
middle name, Pierre Simon Roberts.
Wow. Well, you got a letter, Simon?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the President Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
N as in naughty.
All right, and we have one more to go, and then we give away the prize tomorrow. A pair of tickets to see Stained at the Hard Rock Live at Edis Arena in Atlantic City, Friday, September 19th. Plus an overnight stay at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino that night. And tickets for Stained Friday, September 19th at the Hard Rock in AC are on sale now via Ticketmaster, so get them while you can. What's up today?
Well, it's the big day, as you mentioned. Thank you for mentioning it earlier. We've got the conversation and performance with Wolfgang and his band. That would be Mammoth. They were called Mammoth WVH, and recently he shortened it just to Mammoth. Wolfgang Van Halen is who we're speaking of. And if you, even if you're not a fan of him, if you liked his father and the music that Eddie created, and as part of Van Halen and that legacy, he's a direct link to that, and he refers to it. I didn't want to purposely go there a lot because he gets asked that a lot. He went there a lot in his conversation with me. So between a great conversation and interaction with the audience that was there, 150 invited MMR listeners, and the performance, I think 7 songs, we'll do all of it, starting at 12 noon, run for a couple of hours. But it's well worth checking out. Great conversation and incredible performance by him and the band.
He's such a regular guy.
Yeah.
And
lovely.
And we were talking about this, Pierre, about the notion, when you first started to hear that he was being worked into the band, or like, oh, this is a Nepo thing, this is what this is, and having no idea how incredibly talented he is.
Well, if you think about the fact, a normal kid would not have gotten that opportunity. However, he was able to rise to it, but he was 16 years old when he got added to Van Halen and was thrust into playing arenas.
Yeah.
This is not a band that did clubs anymore.
Right.
And so, that's a lot to put on a young guy, and he just rose to it instantly in that band. I still thought Michael Anthony should have stayed in the band, maybe Wolf on keyboards or something, but that's the way it went. But he rose to it. And he did it and nailed it. And now he plays every instrument on both the 2 albums and the one that's coming, that'll be announced coming up this summer. So he's quite talented, quite a fascinating guy.
Yeah. All right, so anything else?
12 noon. And I'll have some tickets for Creed and Daughtry and Mammoth. Just got added to that bill over in Camden on July 12th to give away.
Excellent. All right, well, let me take a moment to thank the fine people that pay for this program, our sponsors. Thank you to Duncan. The President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And finally, United Tire and Service. Make a donation to CHOP at your local United Tire this month and get a special offer. Tomorrow on our program, we're going to have our buddy Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad in the studio. We will have Luke McElwain in the studio tomorrow.
Guys,
Team Luke.
That's an exclusive.
All right, exclusive only on the President Steve Show. And it's nothing but no sad bro.
Oh, love it.
We're diving into the weekend. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We shall see you tomorrow.